What if a whisper could weave death from miles away? In the shadowy corners of ancient Rome, where soldiers marched and senators schemed, a chilling power lay hidden, magic that transcended the boundaries of flesh and bone. A flick of the wrist, a flicker of intent, and an enemy could drop lifeless, a pawn sacrificed on the chessboard of ambition. In this world, curses weren't mere tales spun by the superstitious. They were weapons forged in the fires of desperation and rage. Beneath the grandeur of marble temples and the echo of gladiators' roars, a darker truth simmered, cloaked in secrecy. The air crackled with tension, as if the gods themselves leaned closer, eavesdropping on the whispers of those who dared to conjure the arcane. Was it hubris that drove them to harness such destructive forces, or mere survival in a city where loyalty shifted like sand? The streets of Rome teemed with ambition, where alliances turned to ash, and the slightest betrayal could invoke the wrath of the unseen. Amidst this turmoil, a figure emerged, an obscure sorceress, her knowledge both revered and feared. Legends spoke of her power, how she could trace the thread of agony from one heart to another, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. Shadows danced around her as she moved, her intentions cloaked in mystery. Was she a guardian of the innocent, or a harbinger of doom? Those who sought her favor discovered that magic exacted a toll, often far greater than the price they were willing to pay. She offered no guarantees, only the chilling promise of transformation, either salvation or ruin. As the moon watched with an unblinking eye, a plot brewed within the Senate walls. A conspiracy took root, fertile ground for betrayal, where men cloaked in togas whispered of power and elimination. One name stood above the rest, a rival whose very existence threatened to dismantle their carefully constructed empire. His downfall was not merely desired, it was demanded. Yet, the sorceress held her cards close, her fingers dancing over ancient relics imbued with potent energy. A single incantation could alter the course of history, yet the ramifications were as unpredictable as the whims of fate. With each syllable, the air thickened, a palpable tension that foreshadowed chaos. Lives would be changed, blood would stain the cobblestones, and the echoes of despair would reach even the farthest corners of the empire. At the cusp of this treachery, two destinies intertwined. The ambitious senator and the sorceress whose powers could either weave his rise or hasten his fall. Their fates hung in the balance, suspended by an invisible thread that bound them to the very heart of magic's dark allure. As a storm brewed on the horizon, they stood on the precipice of a choice that would unleash forces beyond their comprehension. Would the curse they conjured unleash wrath upon their enemies, or invite their own ruin? In a world where whispers kill, the answer loomed like the final breath of a dying star, waiting to ignite a chain reaction of fates sealed by the power of Roman magic. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit temple, incense curled like whispers into the air, mingling with the weight of ancient prayers. The atmosphere thrummed with an electric tension, as if the very stones held the breath of the past, waiting for the right moment to exhale their secrets. This was no ordinary gathering. This was a communion of souls, a fragile dance between the mundane and the supernatural, where the boundaries of reality twisted like the smoke rising from the sacred altars. Long before the Romans carved their empire into the annals of history, magic was woven into the fabric of their lives. It spiraled from the roots of religion and folklore, echoing the beliefs of a people steeped in tradition and mystery. The Romans were not merely conquerors. They were children of the earth, guardians of rituals passed down through generations, each one telling of gods and spirits that roamed the world alongside them. In those early days, the line between the divine and the human was a thin veil, easily pierced by the flicker of a flame or the murmur of a prayer. The Romans worshipped a pantheon of deities, each with their own whims and desires. Jupiter, the king of the gods, presided over the skies, while Venus, the goddess of love, kindled passions in the hearts of mortals. But alongside these powerful entities were lesser spirits, household gods known as Laras and Penates, who watched over families, ensuring their fortunes and protecting their homes from unseen threats. These intimate connections to the divine birthed a belief that magic was not just a practice, but a way of life. everyday Romans turned to magic for guidance and solace. They sought the wisdom of haruspices, priests who could read the signs in animal entrails, interpreting the will of the gods through the language of flesh and blood. The roads were lined with altars offering sacrifices to ferocious deities, and dark nights were filled with chants, as mystics called upon the spirits of the departed. The streets buzzed with the hum of enchantments, as love spells and protective charms fluttered from hand to hand, like secrets shared in hushed tones. But this magic was not confined to temples or the shadows of night. It spilled into the lives of ordinary people. Women gathered in their kitchens, whispering incantations over bubbling pots, conjuring both nourishment and love. Men carried amulets fashioned from stones and herbs, believing these tokens would shield them from misfortune. As the sun dipped below the hills, stories of heroes and vengeful spirits would float from lips to ears, creating a tapestry of folklore that stitched together the community's fears and hopes. Yet, beneath the surface of this enchanting world lay a darkness. Superstition gripped the hearts of many, breeding suspicion and fear. A glance, a word, or a wrong move might unleash forces beyond comprehension. The magic that promised protection could just as easily lead to ruin. Scandals erupted when love spells turned to obsession, or curses led to misfortune. And so, the streets trembled with the weight of unspoken fears, as the line between blessing and curse was razor-thin. It was in this charged atmosphere that powerful figures emerged, sorcerers and soothsayers who harnessed the ancient practices and turned them into a spectacle. With theatrical flair, they would perform wonders that made the heart race and the imagination soar. Their incantations rose like smoke, swirling in the air, promising glimpses into the future, or even the ability to bend fate itself. The air crackled with possibility, and the crowds gathered, eyes wide and hearts pounding, as they watched the boundaries of reality dissolve before their very eyes. Among them was the infamous magician Apuleius, whose enchanting skills captivated Rome's elite. He was a master of transformation, both in art and in life, weaving tales that blurred the lines of truth and illusion. His writings lingered like a spell upon the mind, revealing the potent connection between magic and desire. In a world where the divine intertwined with the earthly, Apuleius became a symbol of the intoxicating allure of the unknown, drawing both admiration and envy. But as the empire expanded, the old ways faced challenges. The rise of Christianity swept through the land like a tempest, bringing with it a new belief system that deemed magic as the work of malevolent forces. The temples fell silent, the altars grew cold, and the whispers of ancient incantations faded beneath the thunderous proclamations of the new faith. Fearful of persecution, many magic practitioners concealed their arts, retreating into the shadows where their practices could survive, even if in secret. Yet, magic refused to be extinguished. It persisted in folktales passed from mother to daughter, in rituals performed under the cover of night, and in the hearts of those who longed for a connection to something greater than themselves. And so, the threads of ancient beliefs were woven into new narratives, fusing the old with the new, creating a rich tapestry that reflected the struggles and triumphs of a people caught between worlds. As the sun set behind the hills, casting long shadows over the cobblestone streets, the air hummed with anticipation. The spirits of the past whispered through the wind, beckoning the descendants of Rome to remember their roots. In every flicker of a candle and every rustle of leaves, tales of magic lingered, waiting to be spoken once more. Those who understood the language of the ancients found themselves at the crossroads of fate, where the forgotten and the familiar converged. And in that moment, as the stars began to pierce the veil of night, the boundary between past and present shimmered, revealing the undeniable truth. Magic, like the very essence of humanity, would always find a way to rise anew. It danced in the shadows, pulsing with life, forever entwined with the stories of gods and mortals alike, urging the next generation to seek the thrill of the unknown, to embrace the magic that breathed beneath their skin. In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, shadows danced upon cold stone walls, whispering secrets of ages past. The air was thick with incense, a heady mix of myrrh and sage, as the priestess knelt before the altar, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. She sensed it, the divine presence hovering just beyond the veil of the mortal world. In that charged moment, she held her breath, fully aware that magic was not hers alone. It was a gift from the gods, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. From the dawn of civilization, the gods have woven themselves into the fabric of magic. In ancient Mesopotamia, priests invoked the names of powerful deities like Enki and Inanna to command the elements. They crafted elaborate rituals, believing that to properly honor the gods was to harness their extraordinary power. Clay tablets etched with cuneiform scripts revealed incantations that still echo in the deepest chambers of the soul. Each syllable was a thread, binding humanity to the divine. As the sun dipped below the horizon in Greece, the oracle at Delphi prepared for a communion with Apollo, the god of prophecy. Her heart raced as she inhaled the sweet scent of laurel leaves, the very essence of divine connection. With each word whispered in the sacred grove, the boundary between the human and divine blurred. The villagers waited, their lives hanging in the balance, seeking guidance from beyond. They believed that the gods spoke through her, their voices laced with wisdom and warnings. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that could change the course of destinies. In ancient Egypt, the worship of deities like Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, transformed the act of magic into a sacred dance. Scribes would meticulously inscribe spells upon papyrus, their hands guided by divine inspiration. These spells were not mere words. They were keys to the unseen world, unlocking doors to protection, healing, and abundance. When a pharaoh sought to commune with Osiris, the god of the afterlife, elaborate rituals unfolded, invoking the very forces of creation. The gods were not distant. They were companions, guiding every step, every incantation, every prayer. Yet, the relationship between mortals and the divine was not always harmonious. In Viking lands, the Norse gods demanded respect and sacrifice. The seeress, cloaked in furs, gathered in the longhouse, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and reverence. She called upon Odin, the All-Father, to bestow insights that could lead warriors to victory. But to invoke such power came with a price. The gods required loyalty and blood. The flickering firelight illuminated the tension in the air, a reminder that magic was a dance on the edge of blade, where favor could just as easily turn to wrath. In the lush jungles of the Aztec Empire, Tlaloc, the rain god, was revered with fervent devotion. Priests climbed the temples, their hearts pounding with anticipation as the people below chanted and drummed. They understood that to please Tlaloc meant the difference between life and death. Drought could destroy crops, while his blessing could bring forth bounty. The mix of fear and hope enveloped the crowd, a swirling atmosphere thick with desperation as they begged for rain. Their magic was a plea, a grasping for the divine touch that could transform their fates. Across the vastness of the world, in the sacred lands of India, the gods were equally intertwined with the practice of magic. The Vedas, ancient texts that held the wisdom of the ages, revealed intricate rituals aimed at invoking deities like Sarasvati, the goddess of knowledge, and Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity. The priests, adorned in white garments, performed ceremonies that transcended time, their chants rising like smoke to the heavens. Every syllable was a heartbeat, pulsating with life, demanding the attention of the divine. The magic of these rituals was palpable. It was not merely an act of faith, but a deep, emotional connection with the gods who watched over them. But the gods were not mere puppets to be commanded. They were powerful beings, capable of both blessings and curses. The stories of divine wrath were etched in the memory of every culture. In the shadows of the temples, tales of mortals who dared to overstep their bounds echoed through generations. The gods, with their capricious whims, could shift the balance of magic in an instant. A simple misstep, a forgotten offering, and the consequences could be devastating. The fear of divine retribution loomed like a storm cloud, yet it was this very tension that fueled the devotion of countless souls. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, shamans chanted ancient songs to the spirits that resided within the trees. They understood that their magic was not solely theirs. It belonged to the gods of nature, the guardians of the earth. With every ritual, they honored the divine presence that flowed through the land. The air vibrated with energy, a reminder that the gods were alive in every rustle of leaves and every ripple of water. The shamans danced, their movements echoing the rhythms of the universe, bridging the gap between the seen and unseen. As the candles flickered and shadows flickered out of sight, the priestess at the altar felt the divine presence swell within her. The incantation she had prepared was a testament to her devotion, a song of love and fear, hope and reverence. The air crackled with energy, her heart racing with anticipation. She knew that to call upon the gods was to enter into a relationship fraught with emotions: joy, fear, longing. The whispers of ancient tales echoed around her, reminding her of the gods' omnipresent influence in the world of magic and the weight of responsibility that came with it. She took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the universe resonate within her, ready to unleash a spell that would weave her fate into the divine tapestry of existence. Underneath the flickering glow of oil lamps, whispers threaded through the crowded streets of Rome, weaving tales thick with dread and foreboding. The air was heavy with the scent of spices and incense, but it was the undercurrent of fear that truly gripped the heart of the city. A chill would race down the spine of anyone who dared to mention the word sorcery. In the shadows, where the light of reason rarely penetrated, the specter of witchcraft loomed large, feeding on the fears of the populace and igniting a frenzy of suspicion that could turn friends into foes. Women, often the targets of this growing hysteria, walked the narrow alleyways with eyes downcast. They knew too well the dangers of being labeled a witch. Once, they had been esteemed members of their communities, known for their herbal remedies and wisdom, but now the very talents that had once brought them respect could lead them to the gallows. The fear of witchcraft was not merely a personal terror. It was a societal plague that gnawed at the foundations of Roman life. Rumors spread like wildfire, igniting a blaze of panic that could consume even the most innocent. In the grand villas, where the wealthy feasted and celebrated, the specter of witchcraft was never far from their minds. A banquet might start with laughter and merriment, but a mention of a recent misfortune, blighted crops, sickly livestock, could turn the air thick with suspicion. Could it be the work of a witch? Someone would ask, their voice barely a whisper. The mere suggestion hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, setting off a chain reaction of accusations and fear. The wealthy could afford the luxury of fear, but the poor could only pray that the dark arts wouldn't come knocking at their door. A story circulated about a woman named Elia, known for her striking green eyes and soft-spoken nature. She lived on the edge of the forum, where the bustling traders and philosophers gathered. Elia had a talent for healing, using herbs and potions to cure ailments. People came to her for help, but as she gained popularity, so too did the whispers. One fateful summer, a series of unfortunate events struck the neighborhood. Crops failed, children fell ill, and a beloved pet died mysteriously. Suddenly, Elia's green eyes became the focus of fear and hatred. "It's her!" cried a desperate mother, her voice rising above the din. "She's cursed us." The crowd, fueled by fear and grief, turned on Elia with the ferocity of a storm. They stormed her home, torches held high, demanding justice. In their hearts, they believed they were protecting their families, but in truth, they were surrendering to a primal fear that knew no logic. The echo of their shouts resounded through the narrow streets, carrying with it the weight of misplaced anger and the tragedy of innocence lost. As Elia was dragged from her home, tears streamed down her face, yet it was not only for herself she wept. She mourned for the world that had turned so quickly, for the bonds of trust that had shattered in moments, for the folly of human nature when it was gripped by fear. The crowd was blind to her pleas, deafened by their own panic. "You will see," she cried. "I am no witch." But the words melted away into the night like the last whispers of a fading star. In the darkened corners of the city, clandestine gatherings formed, where individuals shared their fears, hopes, and suspicions. These secret meetings often morphed into conspiracies, as neighbors began to suspect one another of witchcraft. A shared glance could lead to accusations, and an offhand remark could spell doom. It was a terrifying game of survival, where the stakes were life and death. Rumors about the supposed powers of witches filled the air. Some claimed they could summon storms or cause misfortune with a simple spoken word. Others believed in curses that could be cast with a mere glance, a charm hidden in a pocket, or a doll made in mockery of a rival. Such tales fed the fires of fear that engulfed the city, shaping the public perception of witchcraft into a terrifying monster. The stories were often embellished, transformed from mundane realities into grotesque images of evil sorcery, threatening to tear the fabric of society apart. Amidst this chaos rose the figure of a senator, a man whose shrewdness was matched only by his ambition. He recognized the public's fear and harnessed it for his own gain. He called for laws against witchcraft, painting those accused as a threat to the very stability of Rome. "We must protect our way of life," he proclaimed to rousing applause. The crowd, desperate for a sense of control, cheered, unaware that they were paving the way for their own undoing. With each passing day, accusations accelerated, and soon, the streets would be stained with the blood of the innocent. The trials began, a grim spectacle that drew crowds eager for the drama. Spectators, hungry for entertainment, gathered to watch as lives were torn apart. The accused were subjected to humiliating tests and gruesome punishments under the guise of justice. The very concept of guilt had become a twisted mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of human nature. Women were stripped of their dignity, forced to endure agonizing interrogations, pleading for their innocence against a tide of relentless suspicion. As dusk fell over Rome, the shadows deepened, and the air crackled with tension. The people, once united in their daily labors and joys, were now divided and fearful. The question hung palpably in the air: who could be trusted? The chilling reality was that any neighbor could turn on another, fueled by fear, grief, or jealousy. Trust was a fragile thing, shattered by the relentless weight of suspicion. It was this atmosphere of fear that would soon lead to the unraveling of friendships, families, and the very essence of what it meant to be Roman. And as the full moon illuminated the ruins of the city, a new chapter loomed on the horizon, one that would shake the foundations of Rome itself. The tide of fear was rising, and soon, it would sweep through the streets, leaving devastation in its wake. The shadows of witchcraft had only begun to dance, and they would lead Rome into a darkness from which it may never return. In the flickering light of a candlelit chamber, an ancient Roman woman clutches a small, worn pouch against her chest, her heart racing. The heavy scent of herbs and incense hangs thick in the air, wrapping around her like a shroud. Each breath she takes is laced with anticipation, tinged with fear. Her fingers tremble slightly as she opens the pouch, revealing the carefully gathered items that hold the weight of her hopes and dreams. The world outside is cold and unforgiving, but within these walls magic pulses, every bit as alive as she is. Roman magic comes alive through the delicate interplay of rituals and charms, each serving a unique yet powerful purpose in the lives of those who dared to wield them. The rituals, steeped in tradition, were elaborate performances, infused with the energy of the gods. They often unfolded in front of altars, where priests and priestesses donned flowing robes, their voices rising and falling in a rhythmic chant. It was here, under the watchful eyes of celestial beings, that they summoned forces beyond comprehension. A flick of the wrist, a carefully measured sprinkle of salt, and suddenly, the air hummed with potential. The rituals were not to be taken lightly. Sacrifices were often required, whether it be a small grain offering or an animal, its blood pooling in the sacred earth, a gift to appease the capricious deities. The stakes were high. A botched incantation could lead to dire consequences. Yet, in that moment of invocation, when the stars aligned and the spirits stirred, there was a thrill unlike any other. Eyes would widen in awe and wonder, as the very fabric of reality felt as though it could be rewritten. In stark contrast, the charms were more personal, often crafted in secrecy, whispering promises of protection, love, or revenge. They were small tokens, infused with intent, designed to be carried close to the heart or hidden away in a nook. A simple thread tied in a specific way, a few carefully chosen words uttered under one's breath, and suddenly a flicker of hope sparked into life. These charms were the common man's magic, accessible and tangible, offering the comfort of control in a world where chaos reigned supreme. The young woman, still clutching her pouch, knew this well. The charm she was about to create would not only change her fate but change the fate of those she loved. The herbs she gathered, dried leaves, roots, and fragments of flowers, were not mere plants. They were conduits, each one resonating with its own energy, waiting patiently to be called upon. With careful precision, she ground them into a fine powder, her mind swirling with visions of what could be. Fingers stained with colors from the crushed herbs, she began to chant, her voice steady and filled with longing. As she spoke, her words flowed like a river, weaving together her wishes and desires. The room pulsed with life, the shadows dancing as if in response, embracing her hopes in their dark folds. She could feel the weight of her ancestors behind her, guiding her, lending strength to her resolve. But the power of charms was not always benevolent. A whisper of jealousy could twist the most innocent of desires into something dark and sinister. The stories echoed in the streets of Rome, tales of cursed charms, of love turned to madness, of friendships shattered by the greed of a misplaced wish. Those who practiced magic, be it through rituals or charms, walked a fine line, balancing the blessings and the burdens, the light and the shadow. The contrast between ritual and charm lay not only in their execution but in the very essence of what they represented. Rituals demanded respect. They were acts of devotion to the divine, unfolding across sacred spaces, filled with collective energy. They forged connections with the gods, begging for their favor in grand, orchestrated displays of faith. Yet, charms were intimate, personal, often created in quiet moments of desperation or hope, reflecting the soul of the one who crafted them. The ancient woman in her dim chamber could feel the weight of her desires pressing down on her. The charm she created was not just a piece of magic. It was a symbol of her dreams, a reflection of her yearning heart. As she finished her incantation, a chill swept through the room, sending goosebumps racing across her skin. The air thickened, charged with an electric energy that crackled like lightning. Somewhere, in the streets echoing with the footsteps of countless souls, another story was unfolding. A soldier, weary from battle, found a small piece of parchment tucked into his armor, words scrawled hastily that promised protection and fortune. He held it tightly, feeling the warmth of the charm seep into his palm, each letter a thread woven into the fabric of his fate. Each step he took was accompanied by the weight of hope and the fear of loss. Such was the nature of Roman magic. It filled hearts with courage but also left them trembling in uncertainty. The rituals offered guidance from the gods, but demanded unwavering faith, while the charms whispered sweet promises, often leading their bearers into unknown territory. As the young woman completed her charm, she felt an echo of fate whispering in her ear, intertwining her story with that of the soldier and countless others. In the grand tapestry of life, rituals and charms danced together, shaping destinies, forging connections, and reminding all who dared to believe that magic was never far from reach. The night wore on, shadows lengthening and curling like tendrils of smoke, as ancient echoes lingered in the air, leaving a trail of possibilities that would ripple through time. The wind howled through the ancient streets of Cairo, carrying whispers of long-lost legends. Underneath the moon's silver glow, a young woman named Layla clutched a small, intricate amulet, the cool metal pressing against her palm like a heartbeat. It was no ordinary trinket. It shimmered with the promise of power, a relic passed down through generations, said to guard against the unseen evils lurking in the shadows. The stories of her ancestors echoed in her mind, tales of protection, courage, and the indomitable spirit of those who dared to wear such charms. Throughout history, amulets and talismans have been more than mere objects. They were vessels of hope and symbols of strength. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs adorned themselves with elaborate necklaces and bracelets, each piece etched with hieroglyphs that invoked the favor of the gods. These amulets were believed to ward off malevolent spirits, ensuring a safe passage into the afterlife. The Eye of Horus, a powerful symbol of protection and royal power, was a favorite among the elite, worn by kings and queens as they ruled over their vast empires. Layla remembered the stories her grandmother told her, the tales of ancient rituals, where priests would bless these charms, infusing them with divine energy, making them potent allies against misfortune. As she walked through the bustling marketplace, the vibrant colors and clamor of voices enveloped her. Merchants hawked spices that wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of incense. Layla's fingers brushed against the amulet's surface, a connection to the past that sent shivers down her spine. Her heart raced as she recalled how her great-great-grandmother had worn an identical charm, its protective power saving her from a terrible fate during a time of turmoil. Each thread of her family's history was woven into the very fabric of that tiny object, a tapestry of belief and resilience. But the allure of amulets wasn't confined to the sands of Egypt. In ancient Greece, warriors donned talismans forged in the fires of faith. These small tokens were believed to bestow strength and fortitude in battle, enhancing physical prowess and shielding the wearer from harm. The Greeks often sought the wisdom of oracles, who would prescribe specific charms to combat personal fears or adversities. From the unyielding grip of a lion's paw fashioned into a pendant to the delicate etched stones depicting deities, each talisman carried a weight of significance, a promise that aid would come when needed most. Layla found herself drawing parallels between the ancient tales and her present struggles. Battling the expectations pressed upon her by family and society, she clung fiercely to the belief that the amulet would guide her, that it would protect her from the doubts that plagued her mind. She often heard her friends dismiss the old ways, laughing at the idea that a mere object could alter fate. Yet, in her heart, she sensed the pulse of something greater, a connection to a world steeped in magic and mystery. As the night deepened, Layla felt an uncanny chill creep into her bones. Shadows danced around her, twisting and swirling like phantoms. She pressed the amulet closer, feeling the warmth radiate from its core, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. It was then she recalled the tales of the catastrophic events that had befallen those who strayed from the path of tradition. Stories of entire villages cursed for neglecting their protective charms, their lives spiraling into chaos. The weight of responsibility hung heavy on her shoulders. She understood the power she held and the potential consequences of ignoring it. The air thickened with tension as Layla moved through the winding alleyways. She stumbled upon an ancient shop, its entrance framed by the remnants of forgotten history. Inside, the scent of old parchment and spices filled her lungs, and rows of amulets glittered in the dim light. A wizened old man emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with wisdom that only ages could bestow. He studied her intently, as if he could see the threads of fate woven into her very being. "Ah, child," he rasped, his voice a low rumble. "You seek something more than mere protection, don't you? You wish to harness the power that lies within these charms." Layla nodded, her heart pounding. The old man moved closer, and the air crackled with unspoken energy. He presented her with a talisman carved from obsidian, its surface gleaming like the night sky. "This," he whispered, "is not only a shield against darkness, but a key to unlocking the strength you possess." Her breath hitched in her throat as she reached out to touch it, the chill of the stone sending electric shivers through her. The moment her fingers brushed against it, visions surged in her mind, images of bravery, of women standing tall against the winds of adversity, of battles fought and won, of love and loss interwoven in every tale. The amulet was alive with the echoes of those who had come before her, a testament to the unyielding spirit of her lineage. With every heartbeat, she felt the amulet's power intertwine with her own, igniting a fire within. The world outside blurred into a haze, and she saw not only the reflections of others' struggles, but also the path she could carve for herself. The fears that once threatened to consume her began to dissipate, replaced by an unshakable sense of purpose. Before she could speak, the old man's voice cut through the trance. "Remember, child, power is not just in the charm you hold but in the courage you nurture. There are those who seek to strip away the light. Hold on to your heart. Let it guide you. As he spoke, Layla felt the weight of history pressing in. The stories of countless souls who had reached for power through amulets and talismans. She realized that her journey was not merely about protection. It was an awakening of the strength that lay dormant within. The wind howled once more, a haunting reminder that she stood on the threshold of something momentous. With the talisman clutched tightly in her fist, Layla stepped back into the night, the echoes of the past mingling with the rhythm of her future. The shadows still danced around her, but she no longer feared them. She embraced the unknown. Each step forward was a heartbeat of defiance against the darkness, a whisper of strength carried through time, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring spirit of those who chose to wield such charms. Underneath the sky, where stars twinkled like the eyes of ancient gods, Layla set forth with renewed determination, ready to face whatever awaited her. As she walked, the tales of her ancestors stirred within her, intertwining with her own story, a rich tapestry of protection and power, forever unfolding. The air crackled with energy, thick with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient stones of the sacred site. A gathering of hooded figures encircled an altar, their whispers weaving a spell that danced in the twilight. Each syllable, polished and ancient, hung in the air like a melody, stirring the very fabric of reality. Words, much like the atmosphere around them, held power. This was not mere language. It was a key to realms unseen and forces unchained. Through the ages, humans have clutched at words as if they were lifelines. Incantations, steeped in tradition and framed by history, have been crafted with care, a legacy echoing through time. Many would often say that the spoken word was not just a means of communication but also a bridge to the divine, a way to tether the human heart to the cosmos. In civilizations long past, when the veil between the known and the mysterious was thin, incantations were more than tools, they were lifeblood. Take the ancient Egyptians, whose pyramids rose like titans against the desert sky. They believed that words could transcend the mortal realm, granting passage to the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, a guide for souls navigating the perilous journey after death, was rich with incantations crafted with the utmost precision. These sacred words, inscribed on papyrus, were believed to awaken the dead, granting them strength against malevolent forces. Each letter was a prayer, a plea for safety, a testament to the belief that language could bridge the chasm between life and death. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, rituals performed by priests were steeped in the gravity of language. The Sumerians would chant their incantations with fervor, often invoking the names of their gods to ensure bountiful harvests or to ward off illness. These words, not merely sounds, were seen as vessels carrying the weight of hope and fear. The epic tales of Gilgamesh, filled with both the beauty and tragedy of life, were recited with a reverence that echoed through the streets, binding the community in shared belief and experience. Across the seas, in the world of the Celts, the power of words took on a different yet equally profound form. The Druids, shrouded in mystery, practiced a form of magic that intertwined nature and language. Their sacred texts, often passed down orally, contained incantations believed to summon the spirits of the earth, to heal, or to invoke protection. Under the light of a full moon, they would stand in circles, their voices rising in harmonious chants, a melody that resonated with the trees and stones. To them, words were not just a way to express thought. They were a conduit through which the very essence of the universe could be accessed. As the sun set over the hills of Greece, philosophers like Pythagoras understood that words carried vibrations, frequencies that could influence emotions and thoughts. He taught that the right combination of words could not only articulate knowledge but could also inspire action, provoke change, and manifest desires. When spoken with intent, incantations were believed to have the power to alter destinies, shaping the lives of individuals and the fate of nations. In the shadows of the Acropolis, the very air thrummed with the echoes of those who had come before, their chants lingering like the scent of olive trees. In the misty forests of Scandinavia, the Norse practiced a form of poetic incantation known as cedar. These chants were intricately woven into their sagas, echoing the tales of gods and heroes. The enigmatic seeresses, known as vulvas, would enter trances, their incantations ringing through the air like a distant thunder. Their words were said to shape reality, foretelling the fates of men and the courses of battles. Each phrase was wrapped in layers of meaning, revealing truths that could alter the fabric of existence. The power of their words could summon storms or bring forth peace, a duality that reflected the very essence of life itself. In places where shadows loomed large, such as the witch trials of the late medieval period, incantations took on a darker significance. Words born of fear and superstition became weapons, leading to accusations that spiraled into hysteria. Those who spoke too boldly, or who dared to weave their own magic through words, found themselves hunted. The power of language, once a source of healing and connection, turned sinister, highlighting the duality of its existence, the ability to uplift and to destroy. Then, in the far reaches of the world, indigenous tribes spoke their own sacred incantations, forging deep connections to the land and the spirits that inhabited it. Through song and chant, they called upon ancestors, invoking their wisdom to guide the living. Each word, rich with history, resonated with the heartbeat of the earth itself, weaving a tapestry of culture and identity. Their incantations were not just chants but a lifeline to their heritage, a testament to survival against the tides of time. As the night deepened, the figures around the altar lifted their voices in unison. The words they spoke were not just sounds. They were a heartbeat, a pulse that resonated through the very ground they stood upon. The energy surged, a palpable force that could ignite passion and spark change. Each syllable carried the weight of countless lives, the hopes and dreams of those who had come before. The power of their words was undeniable, an echo of history that transcended time and space, calling forth the spirits of the past to dance among them. The air hummed with potential, and as the final incantation rolled off their tongues, the shadows of history began to stir. The words, potent and alive, had woven a spell that bridged the chasm between the past and the present. In that moment, every heart present felt the pulse of their ancestors, a reminder that words were not just spoken. They were lived, breathed, and transformed into reality, rippling out into the world like a stone cast into a still pond. The night was far from over, and as the first stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, the figures knew that their journey was just beginning. The power of words lay before them, waiting to be harnessed, to be shaped into the fabric of their destinies. With every breath, they stood on the precipice of something greater, something that had been whispered through the ages, a promise held in the very essence of existence itself. In the flickering shadows of a Roman street, a lone figure hunched beneath a tattered cloak, clutching a small, weathered tablet. This was not just any tablet. Etched into its surface were words of power, words of curses. For the citizens of Rome, whispers of such inscriptions sent shivers down their spines. A curse was not merely an expression of anger. It was a weapon, a means to draw the supernatural into the mortal world, marking one's enemies and sealing their fates. Curses in Roman culture were as common as the clamor of the marketplace. They were deeply embedded in the fabric of daily life, often invoked in the heat of passion, vengeance, or despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the city, one could hear the echoes of curses being hurled across crowded taverns and bustling forums. These were not just idle threats. They carried the weight of societal beliefs that the gods, spirits, and the very earth itself could be swayed to take revenge on behalf of the wronged. Mysterious rites surrounded these curses. Temples were filled with offerings to deities, beseeching them to listen and to act. A broken heart could summon the wrath of Venus, while a stolen coin could bring the fury of Mercury. Each person who offered a curse believed they were unlocking unseen forces, calling on divine powers to tip the scales of justice in their favor. Roman citizens recorded their curses on lead tablets, which were then cast into sacred springs or hidden away in dark corners of tombs, places believed to be gateways between worlds. The act of cursing was a powerful statement, a declaration of one's intent, often accompanied by a visceral fear of what consequences might follow. In the bustling streets, a young woman named Julia found herself torn between love and betrayal. The man she adored had betrayed her trust, shattering her hopes. With tears staining her cheeks, she sought the guidance of a local priestess, a woman steeped in the ancient practices of the gods. Under flickering candlelight, surrounded by the scent of incense and the soft rustle of ancient scrolls, Julia learned to harness her pain. "Speak the words of wrath," the priestess urged, her voice a haunting melody. "Let the gods hear your suffering." As Julia's voice trembled with rage, the air seemed to thicken, charged with an electric tension. The priestess, eyes wide and transfixed, watched as the young woman poured out her heart. Her curse, laced with despair, echoed through the small chamber, a cry that transcended the mundane. It was said that a curse spoken with true emotion had wings of its own, soaring through the heavens to reach the ears of the divine. For Julia, this was not just a moment of release. It was a transformation. The power of her words wrapped around her like a cloak, igniting a fierce determination that pulsed through her veins. But the power of curses was a double-edged sword. While they could bring swift justice, they also bore the weight of consequences. The gods were fickle. They demanded balance. Julia's heart raced at the thought of what might come of her words. Would her anger result in retribution not just for her lover but for her as well? The ancient Romans believed that curses could rebound upon their creator, striking the one who dared to summon the forces of retribution. The very act of cursing could lead to unforeseen misfortune, a belief that haunted the minds of many. As the days turned into weeks, tales of Julia's curse wove through the streets of Rome like a creeping vine. Friends whispered about it, rivals cowered at its mention, and those who had once looked upon her with disdain now viewed her with a mix of fear and respect. The power of the curse transformed her not just in the eyes of others but also within herself. She was no longer the heartbroken girl but a fierce warrior draped in the remnants of her anguish. Curses were also intimately tied to the social fabric of Roman society. They often reflected the hierarchies and inequalities that plagued their world. A slave, powerless in many regards, could invoke a curse against their master, trying to wrestle back control over their life. Conversely, a powerful senator might curse a political rival, seeking to eliminate them from the fray. These acts were gambles, but they were also statements of agency in a society that frequently stripped individuals of their power. In the dim light of an underground chamber, a group of rebels gathered, plotting their next move against a corrupt magistrate. Among them was Marcus, a man driven by the injustices he had witnessed. As they whispered plans of rebellion, Marcus reached into his tunic and pulled out a small lead tablet, covered in hastily scrawled curses against those who oppressed them. "Let their nights be haunted by the spirits of the wronged," he declared, his voice rising with fervor. Each word poured from him like molten steel, fierce and unforgiving. The group fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. They understood the stakes. Curses carried weight, and invoking them could ignite a firestorm of chaos. As the candle flames flickered, casting shadows that danced eerily on the stone walls, the tension grew palpable. Would their rebellion succeed, or would the curses they unleashed spiral out of control, leaving destruction in their wake? The fate of many hung in the balance, intertwined with the forces of vengeance and justice that loomed just beyond their reach. Curses, thus, were more than mere words. They were a reflection of the raw human experience, of love, pain, betrayal, and the desperate longing for justice. In the streets of Rome, they were woven into the lives of the people, driving them to act, to hope, and to fear. The very act of cursing became a mirror, reflecting the tumultuous emotions that lay just beneath the surface of the grand Roman Empire. And as the sun dipped further into the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, the stories of those who dared to curse would continue to resonate, their echoes bouncing off the walls of time, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. Under the moonlight, a flickering flame cast ghostly shadows on the cold stone walls of an ancient Roman temple. A hush wrapped around the air, thick with anticipation, as whispers of old incantations danced like smoke. It was a sacred space, filled with the weight of history and longing, where the past intertwined with the present. Here, magic breathed, and the tools of the trade lay scattered, waiting for hands that believed in the power they held. In the dim light, a small, worn pouch sat silently, filled with precious ingredients. Each item had its own story, a tapestry woven with the threads of spirits and intentions. At the center lay a piece of blackened wood, an offering from the sacred grove of a forgotten goddess. This wood had absorbed the essence of rituals performed under the watchful gaze of the stars, holding echoes of prayers and promises. Those who knew the ancient ways understood its power. It was a bridge between realms, a key to manifesting desires. Beside it, a handful of dried herbs lay carefully arranged. Mugwort, known for its ability to enhance dreams and visions, beckoned with its earthy aroma. The leaves whispered secrets of forgotten dreams, ready to guide the practitioner's mind to the hidden corners of existence. Then there was rosemary, a fragrant protector against negativity, its sharp scent invigorating and cleansing. In the hands of a skilled spellcaster, these herbs could transform a mere moment into a profound experience, each leaf a piece of a larger puzzle waiting to be solved. But it didn't stop there. Scattered next to these potent plants were small, glimmering vials filled with liquids that glistened like captured starlight. One vial contained the distilled essence of roses, a token of love and passion. Another held the bitter brew of wormwood, a potent ingredient used for banishment and protection. Each vial was like a promise of transformation, a reminder that every emotion could be channeled into something greater than oneself. The alchemy of these ingredients was intoxicating, drawing in those who sought answers from the cosmos. At the periphery of this magical gathering, a knife with a gleaming obsidian blade lay waiting. Its sharp edge was more than just a tool. It was a conduit for intention. This knife, called a sacrificium, had been used in sacred rituals, its blade slicing through the veil between the known and the unknown. As it cut through the air, it could sever ties, create boundaries, or even open gateways to realms unseen. Legends told of its power to command spirits, to ask for favors or protection. Those who wielded it were not just artisans of magic. They were architects of fate itself. Amidst the ingredients and implements, a small, intricately carved figurine caught the light. This tiny statue depicted a goddess, her form embodying grace and strength, a symbol of divine guidance. Roman practitioners often invoked her presence in their spells, believing that she could lend her power to their intentions. With just a flick of a wrist and a whispered prayer, the goddess could awaken the dormant energy within the spellcaster's heart, turning desires into reality. Its presence was a reminder that even the most ambitious of goals required a touch of divine intervention. The atmosphere shifted as the flickering flame grew brighter, illuminating the faces of those gathered in the temple. Each person, a seeker of knowledge, felt the weight of their desires heavy in their chests. With trembling hands, they reached for the tools laid before them, their hearts racing with excitement and fear. What if the spells they cast could change everything? What if the very fabric of their lives could be woven anew? As they began mixing the ingredients, the air thickened with an intoxicating aroma, earthy, sweet, and just a hint of bitterness. They poured the rose essence into a small bowl of crushed rosemary, watching as the colors twirled and blended, an exquisite dance of intention. With each stir, they murmured incantations, their voices rising and falling like a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. The flame's warmth enveloped them, a cocoon of safety and purpose, urging them to continue. Moments stretched into eternity as the energy in the room intensified. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the temple, extinguishing the flame in an instant. Gasps filled the air, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The uninvited chill seemed to carry with it the whispers of spirits long past, reminding them that magic was never without its risks. Yet this only fueled their determination. They lit a new flame, brighter and steadier, each flicker drawing them deeper into their own desires. With the tools at their fingertips, they dipped their fingers into the mixture, letting it pool in their palms. The feeling coursed through them, electric and alive, an invitation from the universe to let go of their fears and embrace the unknown. The boundaries of reality blurred, and for a moment, they were not just individuals. They were part of something larger, a tapestry woven from the very essence of existence. The weight of history pressed against them, the echoes of those who had come before them urging them on. The rituals, the spells, the longing, they were all woven into this moment. The herbs, the knife, the goddess, each tool resonated with purpose, waiting to be harnessed. This was not just about casting spells. It was about touching the very soul of life itself. And so, as the night deepened and the moon hung high in the sky, they plunged into the unknown, guided by the ingredients and implements that had held the hopes and dreams of generations. The air crackled with potential, a testament to the enduring power of magic in the heart of Rome. The fire blazed anew, illuminating paths not yet traveled, beckoning them toward destinies yet to be written. As their voices rose, a charge filled the air, making the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. A moment suspended in time, a heartbeat shared with the universe, poised on the brink of transformation. The night was heavy with anticipation, the air thick with the scent of incense and mystery. Candles flickered, casting long shadows on the earthen walls of a dimly lit room in a hidden temple on the outskirts of ancient Rome. Footsteps echoed softly as the priestess adjusted her colorful garments, woven with symbols that whispered of distant lands. In a world where magic hung like an unseen mist, the old and the new intermingled with every breath. The Romans, masters of conquest and culture, had always been intrigued by the exotic. From the opulent spices of the East to the sacred rituals of the far-off lands, they sought to incorporate everything that dazzled their senses. Voodoo, with its rich tapestry of deities and spirits, emerged as a vivid thread woven into the fabric of Roman magic. It was a time when the empire stretched from the sun-soaked hills of Africa to the frigid reaches of the Germanic tribes, and the mingling of beliefs gave birth to something electric. In the flickering light, the priestess began to chant, her voice a soft, haunting melody that seemed to echo in the very stones around her. The words flowed like water, drawing from the ancient wisdom of the East. The influence of Eastern traditions infused the air, bringing with it a sense of the sacred and the powerful. Each syllable connected the past to the present, binding the hearts of those who listened to what lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. Not far from the temple, whispers of the gods danced on the lips of merchants whose caravans traveled the Silk Road, carrying tales and traditions that spanned continents. As they shared their stories, the Romans listened, their fascination growing with every account of rituals that summoned the spirits of the ancestors. They were captivated by the idea of spiritual connections that transcended the physical realm, igniting a yearning to blend their own beliefs with the enigmatic practices of voodoo. The Romans began to borrow, adapt, and incorporate. They introduced new ingredients into their ceremonies, mixing local herbs with sacred plants from Africa and Asia. The power of ritual became a canvas where the vibrant colors of different cultures met, creating a stunning masterpiece of belief. Each incantation held the weight of centuries, combining the reverence of ancestors and the urgency of the present. As the priestess continued her chant, a figure cloaked in shadows stepped forward. It was a traveler from the East, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless encounters with the divine. He bore the marks of his journey, scars, tattoos, and an enigmatic aura that drew the curious closer. He had crossed deserts and rivers to share his knowledge, bringing with him tales of spirits that danced in the moonlight, of rituals that healed the sick, and of magic that could twist the fate of kings. The Roman priests watched with a mix of skepticism and awe. They felt the crackling energy in the air, the way the ancient traditions of the East resonated with their own practices. They yearned for the power that voodoo promised, a magic that pulsed through every living thing, connecting them to the tapestry of life itself. As the travelers spoke, their hearts raced, caught in the tide of possibility. The moon hung low in the sky, its light spilling like liquid silver into the temple. The priestess raised her arms, invoking the spirits of the ancestors and the energies of the earth. The air vibrated with a hum as the fabric of reality seemed to thin. Shadows flickered, and the line between the seen and the unseen began to blur, drawing everyone deeper into the magic of the moment. But magic always carries a price. The traveler, sensing the hunger for power, warned them of the consequences. To seek knowledge is to embrace both light and darkness. For every spell cast, a bond is formed with the spirits. They do not forget, and they do not forgive. His voice, though steady, hinted at the dangers that lurked just beyond the reach of their understanding. An uneasy tension filled the room, hearts pounding in sync as they felt the weight of his warning settle among them. The priestess, undaunted, took a step closer. Her eyes glimmered with determination, fueled by an insatiable curiosity. "Knowledge is power," she whispered, her voice a fierce whisper. "We will learn. We will honor the spirits." It was a declaration that echoed through the ages, a promise to embrace the unknown. And so, the rituals began to morph, intertwining the principles of voodoo with Roman customs. They gathered in circles, their voices mingling in a chorus that reached for the sky. They painted their skin with symbols that spoke of protection and guidance, invoking spirits with names as old as the stars. Each ceremony became a vivid expression of their desire to commune with the divine, to harness the power that lay just beyond the edges of their comprehension. As the night deepened, the air thickened with anticipation. The spirits stirred, answering the call of the living. The flickering candlelight cast an otherworldly glow, and a sudden chill swept through the room. The priestess felt it. A presence, an energy that surged as if the entire universe held its breath. Was it a spirit from the east, or perhaps the ancient gods of Rome, curious and jealous? The lines blurred, and the very essence of magic pulsed in rhythm with their hearts. The traveler's warnings lingered like smoke, a reminder that curiosity walks hand in hand with danger. Yet, in that moment, they were swept away by the promise of connection, the allure of the unseen. As the last note of the chant faded into the night, a sense of unity hung in the air, a powerful bond forged in the crucible of belief. The priestess and her followers stood on the precipice of something extraordinary, unaware that they had crossed a threshold that could never be uncrossed. With every heartbeat, with every whisper of the incantation, they were tethered to a universe filled with infinite possibilities. And as the spirits answered their call, they were drawn further into a web that stretched beyond time and space. A web that would weave together the fates of those who dared to seek the unknown, where the echoes of voodoo and Roman magic began to intertwine in ways that would echo through history like a haunting melody, forever unanswered. Under the dim flicker of oil lamps, the air felt thick with mystery in the ancient streets of Rome. Shadows danced on the stone walls, whispering secrets of those who walked before, women who wielded power that could twist the very fabric of fate. It was a time when the line between the sacred and the sinister blurred, and the very mention of a woman invoking the gods could send shivers down a man's spine. These women, witches, priestesses, and healers, captured the essence of magic, wielding it like a finely crafted blade. In every corner of the bustling city, tales of enchantment lingered. The whispers of the marketplace carried rumors of a woman named Gaia, skilled in the art of healing. With hands that seemed to channel the divine, she mixed herbs and murmured incantations under her breath. When a child fell sick, mothers would clutch their little ones to their chests, racing to Gaia's humble abode, praying for a miracle. Her remedies, brewed from the earth's own gifts, drew curious glances and lingering doubts. Some said she had the touch of the gods. Others dared to call her a witch. On the outskirts of the city, in the shadows of the sacred grove dedicated to Diana, a priestess named Livia moved gracefully among the ancient trees. The wildflowers bowed to her as she passed, their petals glistening with dew, imbued with the magic of the goddess. In her hands, she held sacred rituals that bound the community together. With every sacrifice made and every prayer offered, she drew connections between the heavens and the earth. The townsfolk revered her, but envy simmered just beneath the surface. For every blessing she bestowed, there were those who whispered of her dark magic, convinced that the power she wielded was too great for any woman. As night fell and the moon rose high, The flicker of torches illuminated a gathering of the city's most mystical figures. In a clandestine meeting, women of different walks of life came together, their hearts beating as one. They were witches, their eyes glinting like starlit skies, each bearing the weight of their own stories. They spoke of spells to bind lovers, curses to punish wrongdoers, and charms to protect their kin. This sisterhood was a tapestry woven from both love and fear. A single thread could unravel everything they held dear. One among them, a woman named Aurelia, felt the pull of the old ways stronger than any of the others. Her grandmother had whispered secrets to her as a child, sharing tales of herbs that could heal wounds and chants that summoned spirits. Aurelia carried this legacy as a flame, deep within her heart. She was revered but also feared, for her powers were undeniable. When she was called upon to heal a soldier whose life hung by a thread, the tension in the air felt electric. The crowd held its breath, the flickering shadows reflecting their uncertainty. Would she succeed, or would the magic turn against her? Aurelia knelt by the soldier, placing her hands over his wounds, murmuring the ancient words passed down through generations. The air hummed with energy, a palpable force that seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, all was quiet. Then a sudden gasp broke the stillness as the wound began to close, a miracle unfolding before their eyes. Gasps turned into cheers, but the gnawing fear remained. What price would she pay for this gift? In the cold, misty hours before dawn, the witching hour approached. Women like Aurelia faced the weight of their powers, knowing that their knowledge came with a price. Stories of betrayal and jealousy echoed in the dark corners of history. A whisper could turn into a scream, and a blessing could morph into a curse. There were those who sought to silence these magical women, accusing them of witchcraft and sorcery, eager to extinguish the light that flickered in their eyes. Amidst the tension, the figure of Serafina emerged, a woman with an aura that demanded respect. She had once been a healer, but the darkness of betrayal had turned her to the ways of the witch. Her heart had hardened after witnessing the death of her closest friend, a priestess who had fallen victim to the envy of the powerful. Serafina now sought to reclaim what was lost, to bend the very will of the universe to her desire. The air crackled with energy as she prepared to cast a spell that would mark her transformation. The moon hung heavy in the sky, illuminating the glade where she stood, a circle of stones cradling her in a protective embrace. As the incantations flowed from her lips, a sense of foreboding swept through the gathering shadows. The power surged, and her heart raced with both exhilaration and fear. Would this act of defiance lead to her liberation or her downfall? Aurelia, sensing the shift in the air, felt the pull of destiny drawing her closer to Serafina. The threads of their lives were entwined, woven into a fabric that spoke of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of power. As the spell took shape, an unexpected light burst forth, illuminating the faces of the onlookers, reflecting their hopes and fears in equal measure. In that moment, it became clear the role of women in the world of magic was as complex as the spells they cast. They were nurturers and destroyers, healers and witches, always dancing on the knife's edge of possibility. Each woman carried with her a history rich with sorrows and triumphs, their legacies tangled in a web of fate, ever shifting, ever uncertain. The air grew heavy with emotion, a blend of anticipation and dread, as the night unfolded, revealing that the true magic lay not just in the spells they cast but in the bonds they forged. As Serafina's spell reached its crescendo, the world around them shimmered with a potent energy, hinting at the unseen forces that bound them together. The stories of these women, woven with threads of magic, healing, and betrayal, were far from over. The night was alive with the echoes of their struggles and victories, leaving a lingering question in the air, one that would resonate through the ages. What would they sacrifice for their power, and how would their stories intertwine as they navigated the labyrinth of fate? In the flickering light of a dying candle, shadows danced on the walls like figures from a forgotten dream. The air was thick with a mix of herbs and incense, an aroma that seemed to whisper secrets of the ancients. A woman, her eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and anticipation, clutched a small, worn deck of cards, each one a vessel of fate, each turn a heartbeat of possibility. Across the table sat the seer, draped in layers of colorful fabric, her voice a low murmur that echoed with the weight of centuries. Divination, the practice of seeking knowledge of the future, has haunted humanity for millennia. It has been a bridge between the known and the unknown, a lifeline thrown to those adrift in the sea of uncertainty. Ancient civilizations, from the Egyptians to the Greeks, turned to the cosmos and the earth for guidance. They marveled at the stars and observed the patterns of nature, believing that the universe itself could unveil their destinies. In the early days of Rome, augurs would climb to the highest points of the city, peering into the flight paths of birds. The wayward flutters of wings dictated not only the affairs of common folk but also the decisions of emperors. What began as mere observations transformed into a complex system of omens, each sign carrying the weight of divine approval or disapproval. The tension was palpable, a silent understanding that the fate of many rested in the hands of a few willing to interpret the signs. Meanwhile, in the heart of China, the practice of I Ching blossomed like a lotus in the mud. Ancient scholars tossed yarrow sticks, their outcome determining the hexagrams that would guide their decisions. Each hexagram, with its intricate lines and meanings, was a window into the fabric of the universe. The act of divination was not merely a game of chance. It was an interaction with the cosmic order, a dialogue with the forces that shaped existence itself. The weight of history lay heavy on every decision, every interpretation. As the centuries rolled on, so did the methods of divination. The tarot, with its vivid imagery and deep symbolism, emerged in Europe around the 15th century. Each card was a story, a reflection of the human experience, and when laid out on the table, they painted a vivid picture of potential paths. The reader, like an artist with a brush, would interpret the combinations, revealing the hidden emotions and choices that lay within the seeker's heart. The very act of pulling a card from the deck became a sacred ritual, straddling the line between fate and free will, a reminder that the future was not set in stone. In the dim light of a smoky tavern, a dreaded sense of urgency filled the air as a young man approached a fortune-teller, trembling with the weight of his questions. He could barely voice the fears that gnawed at him, fears of war, loss, and heartache. The fortune-teller, with her deep-set eyes that seemed to see into his very soul, shuffled the cards with deft fingers, each movement imbued with intention. As she laid them out, the young man felt as if the universe held its breath, the tension thick enough to slice through. Each card revealed a piece of his fate, a warning, a glimmer of hope, a reflection of his innermost desires. In the shadows of the past, the ancient Greeks sought wisdom from the oracles, women revered for their connection to the divine. The most famous, the Oracle of Delphi, sat high upon a mountain, cloaked in mystery and incense. Pilgrims traveled great distances to hear her prophecies, her cryptic words cloaked in riddles that often left them more confused than enlightened. Yet, it was this very ambiguity that drew them in, the tantalizing dance between clarity and confusion. The whispers of the gods echoed through her, and those who dared to listen found themselves at the crossroads of destiny. In the Middle Ages, the art of scrying came to the forefront. Crystal balls, mirrors, and even pools of water became the mediums through which seers peered into the unknown. With every gaze, a sense of wonder and dread intertwined, as visions of the future flitted like shadows, sometimes leaving behind a chill of foreboding. People sought answers to the most pressing questions of life and love, often praying that the visions would bestow upon them the gift of clarity. Yet, as with all things magical, the answers were seldom straightforward. A village elder, known for her wisdom, often gathered the townsfolk on moonlit nights to read the stars. The sky was her canvas, and she painted stories with her words, weaving together the fates of those who listened. The villagers, their hearts pounding with anticipation, clung to her every syllable. Under her guidance, they learned to decipher the patterns of the heavens, gaining insight into their own lives. Would the harvest be bountiful? Would love find its way? The answers, though couched in metaphors, ignited a flicker of hope in their chests. But divination was not without its dark side. The chaos of the witch trials swept across Europe, targeting those seen as harbingers of magic. Fear and paranoia gripped the hearts of the faithful, leading to the persecution of countless innocents. Those who dared to practice divination were often met with suspicion, their gifts twisted into wielding dark powers. The flickering candles now burned low in the shadows, as the air thickened with the weight of fear and loss, yet the practice endured. Whispers of rebellion lingered in the darkness, a promise that the desire to seek knowledge would never truly fade. As the modern world emerged, divination morphed yet again. Crystal healing, astrology, and palmistry found their way into the hearts of the masses. Social media filled with hashtags showcasing tarot spreads, and mystical trends captured the imagination of a new generation hungry for connection with something greater than themselves. The ancient rituals transformed, but the essence remained, an innate desire to pierce through the veil of uncertainty and grasp hold of fate. The candle flickered one last time, casting a warm glow over the table before succumbing to the darkness. The woman's heart raced as she contemplated the readings, the weight of fate pressing down upon her. With every shuffle and every card, she felt the pulse of the universe guiding her, whispering the truths of existence. The air crackled with energy, and the promise of the unseen loomed large. The moment had arrived. What would be revealed next? What secrets lay in the shadows, waiting to unveil themselves in the next breath? In the simmering shadows of ancient marketplaces, a whisper slithered through the air, thick with desperation, longing, and an almost primal fear. The ordinary clamor of daily life faded into a ghostly hush whenever the name of a defixio was spoken. These cursed tablets, small sheets of lead inscribed with dark intentions, held a power that sent chills down the spines of those who understood their eerie potential. They were more than mere artifacts. They were the echoes of a society that grappled with the unseen forces governing their lives, longing for justice, revenge, and, at times, sheer desperation. As night fell over Rome, the streets became alive with the flickering glow of torches. The atmosphere thickened, charged with unspoken wishes and curses. A desperate soul, clutching a small tablet, inscribed with the names of enemies, felt the weight of their pain seep into the lead. Each marking bore witness to betrayal, unrequited love, or the harsh sting of loss. They poured their anguish into those letters, hoping for a flicker of power to change their fate. Instead of revenge, what was sought was relief, a simple wish for the world to acknowledge their suffering. The ancient practice of defixtions was steeped in mystery. These tablets were often buried in graves, tossed into sacred springs, or pressed into the earth, each act infused with intention and longing. The Romans believed that once the words were set in metal, they were bound to the gods, a plea for intervention that resonated beyond the earthly realm. A chill ran down the spine of the onlooker, realizing that these tablets contained not just ink, but the very essence of human emotion. Fear, anger, love, and loss, all entwined in a desperate bid for justice. Each tablet was a fragment of a soul's plea, the last effort of those trapped in their own horror. As the moon cast its silver light upon crumbling temples and vibrant mosaics, a woman named Livia stood before the sacred springs of the Tiber. Her heart raced as she whispered the name of Gaius, the man who had betrayed her. Her fingers trembled as they traced the letters she had carefully inscribed on the lead tablet, each stroke a release of her anguish. "Let him lose what he holds dear," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. But in that moment, her heart swelled with a mix of fear and exhilaration. What if the gods heard her? What if her pain transformed into power? The stones around her seemed to pulse with energy, as if the very earth was a witness to her invocation. Livia did not realize that she was not alone. Nearby, a group of men, cloaked in shadows, exchanged furtive glances as their own tablets lay hidden beneath their tunics. They too had come to seek retribution, and as they watched Livia, a sense of foreboding settled over them. What if their curses intertwined, creating an unforeseen storm of chaos? The thought sent shivers down their spines, but their need for justice was insatiable. In the unseen world that lay just beyond the veil of their existence, the gods, ever capricious and fickle, watched with interest. The weight of human emotion was like a tapestry woven with threads of desire and despair. The depictions stirred something primal within the divine, a ripple that echoed through the cosmos. As Livia's words faded into the night, the air thickened, and the unmistakable scent of impending change lingered, twisting around her heart. A skilled practitioner, an old woman known as the Oracle of the Shadows, had been observing the tablet's power for decades. Her collection was vast, hidden away in the depths of her home, where darkness thrived. She understood that each tablet was a key to unlocking the hearts of men and women, a testament to their deepest fears and fervent desires. The Oracle had seen how these inscriptions could unravel lives, creating a web of chaos that ensnared even the most innocent. She had her own tablets, inscribed with the names of those who sought to harm her, a protective shield forged in darkness. Yet, as she meticulously studied the intricate letters on each lead sheet, she felt a twinge of doubt. Was she merely a vessel for their curses, or could she unearth a way to turn the tide of fate? She could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before her, their stories woven into the very fabric of the earth. It was a history rich with triumph and tragedy, a reminder that the power of belief could shape reality itself. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the marketplace, a young boy named Marcus stared longingly at a defixio he had found buried in the cobblestones. It was a small thing, yet it radiated a strange energy. Whispers filled his mind, urging him to read the words written in a shaky hand. He could sense the desperation behind them, the fervent wish for love and acceptance that echoed through time. Marcus clutched it to his chest, feeling the weight of the curse both as a burden and a blessing. It was a reminder that the desires and fears of the past still resonated in the world around him, linking him to those who had walked before. With each passing moment, the tension in the air thickened, a palpable force that seemed to pulse with anticipation. The cursed tablets, mere pieces of lead, had transformed into vessels of emotion, each one holding a truth that could ignite a firestorm of consequence. It was a game of fate, played with the very essence of humanity. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, the echoes of those who had inscribed their desires on depictions lingered in the air, a haunting reminder that once the words were spoken, the world would never be the same. In the flickering light of a fire pit under a star-speckled sky, an ancient Roman sat, scrolls spread before him like the wings of a great bird. The air was heavy with the scent of rosemary and the whispers of forgotten spells. He was lost in thought, his fingers tracing the elegant curves of the letters, the words dancing like spirits on the parchment. The night was thick with expectations, a world where magic breathed between the lines of poetry and prose, a world where the ordinary and the extraordinary intertwined. Magic flowed through Rome's literary veins, pulsating with the heartbeat of its poets and writers. Lucan, with his sweeping epic, Pharsalia, conjured images of great battles not just fought on fields, but with incantations that could raise storms and summon the dead. His words had the power to transform the mundane into the mystic, turning a struggle for power into a celestial duel where gods played dice with human fate. The voices of men were mere echoes against the chanting of witches, whose curses and charms wove through the fabric of history itself. Virgil, too, captured this essence. In the Aeneid, magic appeared as both gift and curse. The sorceress Dido, heartbroken and consumed by passion, wielded her own brand of sorcery. Her love for Aeneas became an enchantment that ensnared him, binding him to her until the threads of fate pulled him away, leaving her heart shattered in the wake of his departure. The very air crackled with the intensity of her emotions, and it was as if the gods themselves watched with bated breath, their intentions tangled in the web of human desire and betrayal. Ovid brought forth a vivid array of spells and transformations in his Metamorphoses. Here, magic was not merely a tool. It was an extension of the soul, a reflection of the human experience. Characters morphed into trees, rivers, stars, each transformation a poignant reminder of the fragility of existence. The tale of Orpheus, who ventured into the underworld to reclaim his lost love, painted the raw vulnerability of love intertwined with magic. His music was a spell, an enchantment that made even the stones weep, It was an emotional crescendo, each note resonating with loss and hope, a blend of magic and humanity that was utterly captivating. Then there were the darker corners of Roman literature, where spells took on more sinister meanings. The Roman de la Rose, a fusion of love and magic, explored themes of desire and manipulation. Here, magic was wielded not by the noble but by the desperate, the heartbroken, and the vengeful. The witch figures, cloaked in shadow, murmured incantations that echoed through the alleyways and villas of Rome, their voices blending with the soft rustle of the olive trees. They were both feared and revered, their powers a double-edged sword that could bless or curse. Within the walls of Rome, magic often danced just beyond the reach of the law. The poet Catullus, known for his passionate verses, hinted at the use of love potions and curses in his playful yet poignant writings. His feelings, raw and exposed, were akin to magical spells, capable of enchanting or ensnaring the heart. Every whisper of his words could ignite a fire of jealousy or kindle a flame of romance. The very act of writing became a form of sorcery, where letters transformed into emotions that transcended the tangible world. The stories were not isolated. They flowed through the streets of Rome, weaving a tapestry of shared beliefs and fears. The people believed in the power of the written word, for it held the ability to alter reality. The poet's pen was a wand, crafting realms where love could flourish and despair could consume. The pulse of the city thrummed with magic, a living entity that thrived on the energy of its inhabitants. In the shadowy corners of libraries, scholars debated the boundaries of magic and reality. They scribbled notes, hoping to decode the arcane language that linked the human heart to the universe's vast mysteries. Yet, for every scholarly debate, there were whispers of those who dabbled in the arcane arts. Enigmatic figures emerged, cloaked in mystery, their eyes glinting with knowledge that could bend the very fabric of time and fate. Historically rich and endlessly fascinating, Roman poetry and prose did not shy away from the profound complexities of magic. Each line penned carried the weight of 1,000 emotions, each story a mirror reflecting the fears and desires of its time. The ancients painted their world with words that sparked the imagination, creating a landscape where magic was as real as the stones of the Colosseum. Amidst the hustle and bustle of the forum, one could hear the murmurs of poets reciting their verses, invoking the muses for inspiration. The crowd would gather, captivated by the spellbinding performances, their hearts racing at the allure of magic entwined with human experience. The atmosphere thrummed with energy, a palpable connection that transcended time, uniting the past with the present. Each tale spun was a thread in the fabric of Roman identity, an unbreakable bond between the people and their stories. And with every recitation, every scroll unrolled, the magic of those words seeped into the very air, wrapping around the listeners like a warm embrace. The stories spoke of love lost and found, of battles fought in both the physical and metaphysical realms. They revealed the fragility of life and the enduring power of hope, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who dared to listen. Underneath the moon's watchful gaze, as the last embers of the fire flickered and faded, the ancient Roman, still surrounded by scrolls, became one with the magic of his time. The spirits of the poets lingered, their whispers a cacophony echoing through the ages. The words remained alive, urging those who followed to continue the dance of magic and literature, to let the ink flow and the spells be cast anew. And as he penned the last line, an ethereal shimmer filled the air, hinting at stories waiting to be told, adventures yearning to be lived, and magic that would forever entwine with the human spirit. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, whispers floated through the cobbled streets like autumn leaves carried by the wind. The air thickened with secrets of those who wielded powers that danced just beyond the veil of reason. Among the citizens adorned in togas and sandals, there existed a darker undercurrent, a world where sorcery intertwined with the fabric of everyday life. In this realm of mystique, figures emerged, their legacies etched in the annals of history, haunting the minds of those who dared to remember. Take, for instance, the enigmatic figure of Apuleius, known for his enchanting prose and rumored magical prowess. Born in Medorus, he captivated audiences with tales that dripped with the essence of the supernatural. His most famous work, The Golden Ass, spun a narrative of transformation and rebirth, reflecting not just his literary genius, but his rumored ability to manipulate the very forces of nature. Stories whispered that he could summon spirits and bend the whims of fate, leading many to seek his counsel in times of peril. His charm was intoxicating, as he spoke of the mysteries of love and the depths of the soul, leaving those who listened spellbound, questioning what lay beyond their ordinary lives. Then there was the notorious figure of Eryctho, a Thessalian sorceress whose name sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest Roman soldiers. Legend spoke of her haunting presence, a woman draped in tattered robes, her eyes glimmering with otherworldly knowledge. It was said that she could raise the dead, commanding souls from the abyss to speak their truths. She stood at the crossroads of life and death, wielding powers that defied the natural order. In the depths of war, when hope flickered like a dying flame, desperate commanders would seek her dark wisdom, their hearts heavy with the weight of their choices. Eryctho's rituals involved ominous incantations and blood sacrifices, leaving behind an unsettling legacy that echoed through time. The name of Hecate often graced the lips of those who dared to tread the shadowy path of magic. Revered as the goddess of witchcraft and magic, her influence permeated the Roman world. Temples dedicated to her thrived, where devoted followers invoked her power in hopes of gaining favor or protection. Hecate's three faces symbolize the past, present, and future, embodying the complex nature of existence. Her dark allure beckoned individuals to explore the mysteries of the night, where they believed they could tap into the very essence of the universe. And then there was the fateful tale of the sorceress of Sibyl, a prophetic figure enveloped in riddles. Her voice echoed through the halls of the Roman Senate, casting an aura of anticipation and dread. Many sought her prophecies, believing her words held the keys to their futures. Sibyl's cryptic verses often left listeners with a mix of hope and trepidation, instilling a sense of urgency in their hearts. This sorceress, draped in veils, embodied the fragile line between destiny and free will, making even the mightiest leaders question their paths. The air thickened with tension as her prophecies unfolded, an unrelenting reminder that the threads of fate were woven with both light and shadow. As the moon cast its silvery glow upon the ancient ruins, the city pulsed with the stories of these formidable figures. In dimly lit corners of taverns, patrons exchanged tales of sorcery and enchantment, each story a thread that connected the past to the present. The legacy of these sorcerers and sorceresses lingered like a haunting melody, resonating within the very bones of Rome. With every whispered incantation, the air crackled with energy, and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. The chilling presence of sorcery was not simply a relic of the past. It seeped into the fabric of Roman society, influencing politics, love, and even warfare. The allure of magic drew many into its web, and the fear of it kept even the strongest warriors awake at night. It was said that the fates of emperors were often intertwined with the whispers of sorcerers who offered counsel from beyond, weaving their spells into the very tapestry of history. In a world ruled by the might of armies and the ambition of men, the silent power of these magical figures resonated deeply. Their legacies, shrouded in mystery and intrigue, captivated hearts and ignited imaginations. The collective memory of their deeds echoed in the corridors of time, crafting an unbreakable bond between the living and the spirits that lingered just out of sight. Each legend, each tale told around flickering fires, added a layer of depth to the Roman experience. The sorcerers and sorceresses were not mere entertainers or parlor tricks. They bore the weight of a world that both feared and revered them. Their presence demanded respect and caution, for they treaded the fine line between benevolence and malevolence. As the lines between the seen and unseen blurred, Rome became a stage where magic danced in the shadows, inflaming passions and inspiring both dread and wonder. The echoes of these remarkable figures lingered in the hearts of those who believed in the transformative power of magic. Through the ages, their stories transcended time, captivating the imagination of anyone eager to glimpse the hidden dimensions of existence. As the night deepened and the stars shimmered above the Roman skyline, The legacies of these sorcerers and sorceresses intertwined with the very essence of the city, ensuring their stories would never fade into oblivion. With each heartbeat, the pulse of Rome echoed the unending quest for power, knowledge, and the eternal mysteries that lay just beyond the grasp of reality. In a dimly lit chamber, thick with the scent of burning incense and the faint whisper of incantations, an ancient figure draped in a tattered robe stands over a flickering flame. The fire dances, casting shadows that flicker like lost souls upon the walls. This space is alive with the weight of secrets. As the practitioner, a sorceress whose eyes glimmer with untold wisdom, prepares for a ritual that could alter the very fabric of fate. She is a product of a world where magic breathes freely, where the boundaries between the mortal and the divine waver like the smoke curling from her censer. For centuries, the Greeks had perfected their craft of magic, weaving spells and rituals that made the air thick with possibility. The art of enchantment thrived in their culture, from the simple charms whispered by village women to the elaborate rites conducted by learned priestesses. The Greeks believed deeply in the power of the cosmos, the influence of the gods, and the potential of the human spirit to manipulate the unseen forces around them. Their knowledge was not just practical but also deeply intertwined with their philosophy, ethics, and worldview. As the Roman Empire expanded, it didn't just conquer lands. It absorbed cultures, beliefs, and practices. The Romans, ever pragmatic, recognized the potency of Greek magic, not as mere superstition but as an art form that could be harnessed. The whispers of the ancient rituals floated across the Aegean Sea, igniting the imaginations of Roman citizens who craved a deeper connection to their own spiritual landscape. What was once foreign quickly became part of the fabric of Roman society. In the bustling streets of Rome, merchants hawked their wares, but on the fringes, in the corners often overlooked, lay shops brimming with amulets, potions, and scrolls inscribed with arcane knowledge. A Roman woman might wear a charm against the evil eye, crafted with the same intention as the Greek amulets from which they derived. The streets buzzed with energy, a tapestry of magic woven into the daily lives of people. The allure of Greek magic was inescapable, whispering promises of love, power, and protection. In private homes, mothers would gather their children close, sharing tales of Hecate, the goddess of magic, and the enchanting stories of Orpheus, whose music could charm the very stones. The lessons of Greek magic seeped into the hearts of young Romans, igniting their dreams and shaping their destinies. The allure was intoxicating, the possibilities endless. The stories were more than mere entertainment. They became a liturgy of hope and fear, a way to navigate the uncertainties of life. In a secluded grove, far from the prying eyes of society, a group of initiates gathered under the cover of darkness to perform a sacred rite. They chanted in unison, their voices rising like a crescendo of thunder, invoking the gods. Cloaked figures moved with purpose, each gesture steeped in tradition, influenced by the practices of their Greek predecessors. This communion with the divine was not a spectacle. It was a visceral experience that transcended the mundane. The air crackled with tension, and for a brief moment, the veil between worlds thinned, allowing something profound to seep through. The Romans, always eager to adapt, began to infuse Greek magic with their own beliefs. They crafted new spells, combining the wisdom of the Greeks with their own deities and traditions. The potency of these hybrid rituals surged, creating a unique brand of magic that pulsed through the veins of the empire. A Roman soldier might carry a Greek charm for protection in battle, blending it with a prayer to Mars, the god of war. In this fusion, they found strength, a potent cocktail of beliefs that empowered their endeavors. Yet, not all were enchanted by this magical cross-pollination. The conservative elements of Roman society viewed the influx of Greek magic with suspicion. To them, it was an affront to the traditional values that had built the empire. They warned against the seductive nature of such practices, fearing that the wisdom of the ancients could lead to chaos. Fears of curses and the influence of darker forces began to take root, sparking debates in the Senate and among the learned elite. Yet, despite their efforts to suppress it, the magic persisted, a testament to its enduring power and appeal. Within the shadows of power, a young patrician named Tullius wrestled with his own doubts. He was drawn to the magic of the Greeks, fascinated by the possibilities it offered. Late at night, he would sneak away from his golden halls to visit the practitioners of magic hidden in the back alleys of Rome. Each encounter filled him with a mix of dread and exhilaration, as the whispers of the ancients beckoned him closer to a world that promised so much more than wealth and status. He felt the pull of something greater, the throbbing pulse of magic that coursed through the very soul of Rome. As he delved deeper into this world, Tullius learned that magic was not just about spells and potions. It was about intention and belief. The very act of casting a spell required a surrender to the unknown, a leap of faith into the abyss of possibility. With each ritual, he felt himself changing, awakening to truths that lay dormant within him. The connection to the past, to the ancient Greeks who had shaped this practice, became a lifeline in a world that often felt chaotic and uncertain. But what awaited Tullius was a truth that would shake him to the core. In the depths of his explorations, he uncovered a prophecy, a warning whispered through the ages. It spoke of a change that would engulf Rome, a reckoning between the old ways and the new. The magic he had come to embrace was tied to something far greater than himself, a force that could either uplift or destroy. The lines between the sacred and the profane blurred as he stood at the precipice of a choice that would define not only his fate but the fate of Rome itself. The tension in the air was palpable, filled with the weight of decisions yet to be made. Tullius could feel the eyes of the gods upon him, a reminder that every choice had its consequence. As he prepared to step further into the unknown, the echoes of Greek magic sang in his ears, urging him to embrace the very essence of what it meant to be alive. Each heartbeat thrummed with possibility as the world around him transformed, merging the past with the present, forging a future that remained unwritten. Magic was not merely a tool. It was a lifeblood, a connection to the divine that refused to be ignored. In the heart of the city, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, the whispers of enchantment continued to weave their way through the fabric of Roman life. What had begun as a fascination had ignited a flame that could no longer be contained. The influence of Greek magic was not merely an echo of the past. It was a living force, pulsing with the promise of transformation, pulling the threads of fate tighter with each passing day. And in that moment, as the stars began to pierce the night sky, the world held its breath, awaiting the inevitable clash of destiny that was about to unfold. Under the flickering glow of candlelight, a young woman named Alara knelt on the cool, wooden floor of her dimly lit room, her heart racing with a mix of hope and anxiety. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the soft flames, and the faint scent of jasmine hung around her like a whispered promise. She clutched a small pouch filled with herbs and petals, relics of ancient rituals that spoke of love and desire, secrets held close to the chest of the earth. Tonight was the night she would summon the courage to change her fate. In times gone by, rituals of love were as much a part of life as the rising sun. Ancient Greeks would write their beloved's name on a piece of parchment, wrap it around a fragrant rose, and bury it under the full moon, believing that the lunar magic would bind their hearts. The air was thick with scents of sandalwood and myrrh as they prayed for devotion, comforted by the knowledge that love was an art form, a delicate dance between souls. Alara's heart fluttered at the thought of her own beloved, a mysterious stranger she had stolen glances at in the marketplace. His laughter echoed in her mind, a sound that sent shivers down her spine like a gentle caress. In that moment of vulnerability, she remembered the stories of old, when love was sparked by the most tender of spells. She recalled the tale of the Roman poet Catullus, who once wrote of a magical potion that could ignite passion between lovers. The recipe was lost to time, but she could feel the remnants of its power in the air. With a deep breath, Alara opened the pouch, releasing the sweet scent of the dried herbs. Each ingredient was steeped in history: rose petals for beauty, rosemary for remembrance, and a sprinkle of cinnamon for warmth. She arranged them carefully on a small altar, the flickering candles casting playful shadows across her face. Her fingers trembled with anticipation as she began to chant softly, her voice wavering at first but growing stronger with each syllable. The words rolled off her tongue like an ancient melody, weaving together threads of desire and hope. As the incantation filled the room, Alara envisioned her beloved, his eyes sparkling with affection. Suddenly, a chill swept through the space, making her shiver. Had she summoned a spirit? Or was it merely the anticipation that coursed through her veins? She pressed on, each word imbued with her longing, a beacon sent out into the universe. In that moment, she felt a connection, a pulse that echoed through time, a heartbeat that linked her to the countless souls who had sought love through ritual. In the bustling streets of medieval Europe, women gathered in secret, clutching slips of parchment that held their heart's desires. They would create charms from herbs harvested under moonlight, believing that the lunar energy would enhance their intentions. Alara could almost hear their whispers, feel their hopes mingling with her own. Perhaps love was not just personal. It was woven into the very fabric of existence, a thread shared by many. The thought sent a wave of warmth through her, igniting a fire within her heart. The candles flickered violently, and Alara felt an electric surge in the air, like the moment before a storm. She leaned forward, her breath hitching as she sensed a presence. Was it just her imagination, or had she truly called forth something from beyond? The shadows danced across the walls, and for a heartbeat, the world outside faded away. Her heart raced, the tension palpable, as she waited for a sign, a response to her plea. In the ancient Celtic traditions, love spells often included the use of ivy, a symbol of fidelity. Couples would entwine ivy vines around their wrists, binding their fates together in a physical manifestation of their commitment. Alara could picture those lovers, standing beneath the vast sky, their hearts beating in sync, promising to cherish one another. It was a powerful image, one that resonated deeply within her. The weight of these rituals, steeped in history, reminded her that she was not alone in her quest. The air around her shimmered, a soft glow illuminating her surroundings, as if the very essence of love had conspired to answer her call. Alara's pulse quickened, caught in the exhilarating grip of possibility. She could almost see the outlines of other souls who had stood where she was now, each one yearning, each one hoping. The rituals of love had survived the ages, transcending the barriers of time and space, binding humans together in their quest for connection. Gripped by emotion, she whispered the final words of her incantation, each syllable carrying the weight of her yearning. The flames danced wildly, and the room buzzed with anticipation, as though the universe itself held its breath. Would it work? Would her heart's desire manifest in the material world? Then, in a rush, the door creaked open, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed in the dimness. Alara's heart leaped into her throat, her spirit soaring. Was this her beloved, drawn to her by the very magic she had invoked? The moment hung suspended, a fragile thread woven between hope and reality. She could hardly breathe, her soul thrumming with excitement and fear. The air thickened with potential, and Alara realized that she stood at the precipice of something extraordinary. In the world of love and desire, every ritual was a spark, a catalyst for connection. The stories of those who had come before her began to swirl around her, each thread weaving into the next, creating a tapestry of longing, passion, and the fervent belief that love was worth pursuing, no matter the cost. And just as the whisper of love brushed against her heart, she felt another presence, a current of energy that intertwined with her own. Alara's eyes widened as she turned towards the door, the candles burning bright, illuminating the unseen path before her, beckoning her to take the next step into the unknown. The line between past and present blurred as she stood ready to embrace whatever love had in store. A journey begun but never truly finished, always reaching for the next heartbeat in the timeless dance of romance. The night sky crackled with a storm that seemed to echo the turmoil brewing below. A silhouette stood at the edge of a crumbling cliff, eyes fixed upon the distant glow of a burning village. In that moment, the air thickened with whispers of ancient power, a promise of vengeance wrapped in darkness. In the world of warfare, the clash of swords and the cries of the wounded were only part of the story. There existed another arena, one cloaked in shadows and spells, where curses were born from the depths of human sorrow and rage. Across the ages, warriors and magicians alike turned to these methods when the scales of justice tipped too far. The transgressors may have marched into battle with armor and weapons, but their enemies carried a different arsenal, one that could pierce the very soul. Take the ancient Celts, whose warriors wielded not just swords but also the fierce wrath of the gods. They believed in the power of the curse, knowing that a single word from a druid could bring a calamity upon their foes. During battles, they would chant incantations, invoking the spirits of nature to unleash chaos on their enemies. The stories of these curses spread like wildfire, haunting the dreams of those who dared to invade their lands. One such tale told of a chieftain whose enemies fell to madness within days, driven by an unseen force that gnawed at their sanity. The whispered incantations of the druid echoed in the wind, every syllable carrying the weight of a death sentence. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks and Romans, too, dabbled in the dark arts of retribution. They crafted tablets inscribed with curses, burying them in the ground or placing them in the tombs of their adversaries. These curses were not just idle threats. They were a declaration of war that transcended the battlefield. Enemies of the state could find themselves cursed with loss and despair, their crops wilting, and their livestock succumbing to disease. The power of such curses was rooted in the belief that the gods themselves would take up arms against those who wronged their faithful. The chilling stories of how entire families were brought to ruin by these spells still echoed in the halls of history. Then there were the Aztecs, whose elaborate rituals of warfare intertwined with their religious beliefs. They offered sacrifices to their gods, believing that this would secure victory over their enemies. Yet, even more potent than blood spilled on the battlefield were the curses they unleashed upon their foes. If an Aztec warrior fell in battle, the mourning would transform into a vengeful spell, a curse to ensure that the enemy would pay for their loss. Tales of warriors who returned from death as vengeful spirits, wreaking havoc upon their killers, became legends, instilling terror in the hearts of those who dared to rise against them. In the medieval ages, the power of curses took on new forms. Castles echoed with the incantations of those seeking revenge. One such tale involves a powerful sorceress, whose lover was unjustly slain by a rival lord. With rage coursing through her veins, she called upon the ancient spirits to summon a blight upon his lands. Within the week, his crops failed, and a strange illness swept through his castle, sparing no one. Villagers whispered that the lord had crossed paths with the curse of the sorceress. His once prominent family faded into obscurity, consumed by their own hubris, while her name became synonymous with vengeance. The fervor of curses against enemies did not cease with time. It only evolved. In more recent centuries, as empires clashed and nations rose and fell, the practice shifted into more subtle forms. The witches of Salem are one of the most haunting examples, their fates intertwined with the curses they were accused of casting. In the midst of paranoia and fear, the accused found their lives turned into a living nightmare. Those who sought to rid the community of perceived threats could easily become the victims of their own malice, as curses spiraled out of control, leading to a tragic end. The frantic cries of the innocent echoed in the courtroom, while the dark power of retribution lingered in the shadows, waiting for a moment to strike again. Throughout history, the line between the mystical and the mundane blurred, as curses became both a tool of warfare and a reflection of human emotion. The intensity of conflict often brought forth the most primal of feelings: betrayal, jealousy, and rage. Curses were not just spells cast in anger. They were the manifestation of collective fear and a desperate plea for justice in a world that often seemed merciless. As the storm raged on, the figure on the cliff clutched a talisman, its surface etched with ancient symbols of power. The wind howled, carrying with it the remnants of battles long past, and the air crackled with the anticipation of what was to come. Revenge was not merely a desire. It was a calling, echoing through time, reminding all that the legacy of curses against enemies would never fade. Each invocation, each whispered promise of retribution, built upon the last, creating an unending cycle of vengeance that would weave its way through the tapestry of human history, binding the living and the dead in a dance of fate, a dance that was far from over. The candle flickered, casting a ghostly glow in the dimly lit chamber. Shadows danced along the stone walls as whispers from the long-forgotten past filled the air. In that moment, fear mingled with curiosity, igniting an age-old desire, the wish to commune with those who had crossed the threshold of life. Across cultures and centuries, the underworld has called out to the living, its dark allure both terrifying and mesmerizing. In ancient Egypt, priests donned the mantle of necromancers, their voices trembling with the weight of sacred incantations. They believed that the dead could offer wisdom and guidance, bridging the gap between the worlds of the living and the deceased. Tombs became sacred spaces, where the living sought the counsel of long-lost relatives. It was not unusual for families to seek out the word of their ancestors, believing that the heart of the departed still beat within the walls of their burial sites. They would gather around the elaborate mummies, clutching amulets and reciting prayers, their hearts racing with the possibility of a communication that could change their fates. Across the Mediterranean, in Greece, the powerful figure of Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, stood as the keeper of the threshold. Trained in the art of necromancy, skilled practitioners would summon the souls of the dead during the dark of the moon, when the veil between worlds was thinnest. Rituals took place in shadowy groves, where the scent of burnt offerings mingled with the cold night air. The tension was palpable, with each participant holding their breath as they chanted ancient phrases. Would the spirits respond? Would they carry messages from the beyond? Or would they remain silent, shrouded in their eternal slumber? Among the Romans, the practice of necromancy often took a sinister turn. Here, the underworld was not just a domain of wisdom but a place of fear and uncertainty. The infamous necromancer, the so-called sorceress of Rome, would dig up the dead, seeking answers for the powerful elite. It was a dangerous business. Not all spirits were keen to return. Some had grievances, while others harbored secrets best left buried. The stories of those who dared to summon the dead often ended in tragedy. Tales whispered in the halls of power, warning the ambitious to tread lightly when invoking the spirits. The chilling sound of a distant rattle echoed through the ages, a reminder that the act of summoning was fraught with peril. The witch trials of Europe reignited the fear and fascination surrounding the underworld. The air thrummed with tension as villagers accused their neighbors of consorting with the devil, bringing forth the spirits of the dead to wreak havoc on the living. The flames of the pyres illuminated terrified faces as they clung to the belief that the dead could be awakened, and that in doing so, they could unlock unimaginable power. Yet, the fear of retribution loomed heavy, for not all spirits were benevolent, and the wrath of the underworld could consume anyone who dared to disturb its peace. In remote villages, folklore grew rich with tales of spirit summoners, who could beckon the restless dead with simple charms and incantations. A single word, a flicker of a candle, and the line separating life from death began to blur. People congregated, sacrificial offerings laid at their feet, quaking as they invoked the names of ancestors long lost. The air crackled with energy. A palpable tension filled their chests as eyes darted around, half expecting a spectral figure to materialize before them. In the heart of Africa, the ancestral traditions took on a different shade. Spirit summoning was an integral part of life, a connection to the past that shaped the present. The living would seek guidance from their ancestors during ceremonies, calling upon their spirits for blessings and protection. Drums echoed through the night, pulsating with rhythms that resonated deep within the earth. The bond between the living and the dead was woven tightly, each call to the spirits a reminder that those who had passed were never truly gone. They walked beside their descendants, offering strength in times of struggle, their legacy forever entwined with those who still breathed. As whispers of necromancy echoed through the ages, cultures entwined their beliefs in the labyrinth of the underworld, each adding layers to the rich tapestry of spirit summoning. In Asia, Tibetan monks would chant sacred mantras, seeking the wisdom of the departed, while in the Americas, shamans would enter trances, their spirits traveling to the land of the dead. The rituals were as varied as the peoples themselves, each one steeped in a rich history that transcended time. Yet, the call of the underworld was not merely about connection. It was also filled with dread. Tales of necromancers who lost themselves in the darkness, consumed by the very spirits they sought to command, sent shivers down the spines of those who heard them. The allure of the unknown was powerful, but so was the fear of the consequences. Those who dared to tread on sacred grounds often found themselves haunted, their nights filled with whispers and shadows that refused to fade away. As the candle flickered in the chamber, the tension built, a blend of excitement and terror. Would someone dare to succumb to the call of the underworld once more? Would the thin veil between the worlds be torn asunder, unleashing the spirits that longed to be heard? The echoes of history loomed large, and the air thickened with the weight of ages past. The lines separating the living from the dead began to blur, and in that moment, the darkness wrapped itself around them like a cloak, urging them to step forward into the unknown. Every heartbeat reverberated with the thrill of possibility, drawing them ever closer to the edge of a precipice where the past and present collided, where the whispers of the dead awaited their call. In the flickering shadows of a Roman evening, the air hummed with whispers of ancient secrets. A young girl stood at the edge of the bustling forum, her heart racing as she clutched a small pouch filled with enchanted herbs. She was on the brink of something extraordinary, yet the weight of her intentions hung heavily upon her. Torn between a desperate wish to change her fate and the moral consequences that loomed like dark clouds overhead, she felt the world around her pulse with possibility and peril. Magic in Rome was not merely a curious pursuit for the adventurous. It was an ethical labyrinth, steeped in tradition and fraught with danger. On one side lay the powerful allure of sorcery, with promises of love, wealth, and power, while on the other was the grim reality of retribution from the gods and the social ostracism that could follow. The Romans believed that every spell cast, every charm whispered, carried with it echoes of morality that rippled through the fabric of society, intertwining with the fates of all involved. At the heart of this tension was a figure cloaked in mystery, an ancient priestess known only as the Sibyl. Her prophecies echoed through the streets, speaking of choices and consequences, of the delicate balance between desire and duty. The echoes of her words haunted the dreams of many, especially those who sought to wield power without considering its price. "Beware," she warned, "for the gods do not take lightly to those who play with fate." In a dimly lit room, far from the prying eyes of the city, a group of conspirators gathered. Each face reflected a mixture of ambition and fear, their hands trembling as they passed around a scroll infused with spells of manipulation. The air was thick with unspoken tension as they plotted to sway the outcome of an important election, believing themselves above the moral repercussions that came with such dark magic. But even as they spoke of their plans, a palpable sense of dread settled over them, for they knew that the moment they crossed that line, the gods would be watching. Meanwhile, in a nearby villa, a mother prayed fervently for her sick child. She felt the temperature drop as a shiver ran down her spine, for she had heard tales of a renowned sorceress who could summon the healing powers of the divine. Yet the woman hesitated. The stories warned of the consequences that befell those who dabbled too greedily in magic. What if the sorceress's aid came at an unbearable cost? Could she sacrifice her own honor and the well-being of her family for the sake of desperation? The silence in her heart screamed louder than her prayers, binding her to her decision. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, a young man named Marcus stood at the crossroads of fate. He had spent years studying the ancient texts, mastering the art of divination. But it was a dangerous game. Every time he sought to glimpse the future, he felt an odd tightening in his chest, a reminder that tampering with destiny could lead to dire consequences. The weight of his knowledge was almost unbearable. He could foresee the deaths of loved ones, the downfall of friends, and he wondered, was it ethical to know such things? What good was knowledge if it brought only sorrow? In the heart of the city, a festival raged on, celebrating the harvest and the gods who bestowed their blessings. Laughter echoed through the streets, but amid the joy, a sinister plot brewed. A rival family conspired to use dark magic to curse their competitors, hoping to gain the upper hand in the lucrative grain trade. The air crackled with energy, the kind that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. Would their envy drive them to unleash a power they could not control? Hadn't they heard the tales of those who had invoked the wrath of the gods? The very thought sent chills down the spines of those who listened closely, for they knew the stories well, tales of vengeance that crushed the wicked and the innocent alike. As the festival reached its peak, the young girl from the beginning could no longer bear the burden of her choice. She hurried through the throngs of revelers, her heart pounding like a war drum. Her pouch felt like a weight around her neck, filled with potential but also dread. She thought of the Sibyl's warning, and her resolve began to crumble. Would she cast the spell and risk the consequences, or would she turn away from magic, choosing instead a life dictated by fate? The night deepened, and the stars twinkled like the eyes of judgment above. As the festival reached a fever pitch, a figure cloaked in shadows appeared at the periphery. It was the sorceress, eyes glinting with the knowledge of countless lives intertwined with magic. Those who had soared to great heights and those who had plummeted into despair. She was both a savior and a harbinger, and her presence sent a shiver through the crowd. What was her purpose here? To offer salvation or to serve as a warning? In that moment, the bustling chaos of the festival faded, and the weight of every choice made and yet to be made bore down on the hearts of the Romans gathered below. Each soul felt the pull of magic, the promise of transformation and the terror of impending doom. The stories of old echoed through their minds, a haunting reminder that magic, with all its seductive power, came with a price, one that could be paid in blood, tears, or shattered dreams. With every heartbeat, the lines of morality blurred further. Would they choose the path of ambition, knowing its shadow loomed large, or would they seek to preserve their integrity, risking the loss of their dreams? The answers lay just beyond their reach, entwined with the very fabric of their fates, waiting to unfold like the scrolls of destiny themselves. And as the night deepened, so too did the questions that lingered, echoing through time as the gods watched, ever vigilant, ever judging. The flickering light of a single candle danced across the worn wooden beams of the cabin, shadows swirling like whispers of the past. In that moment, a woman knelt on the earth-stained floor, her fingers brushing over a small, intricate charm made of woven herbs and thread. It was said to protect her family from misfortune, a talisman imbued with the love and hopes of generations. Across the room, a child's soft giggle broke the silence as he played with a piece of twine, blissfully unaware of the fragile balance between safety and danger that hung in the air. Such was life in the familial sphere, where every action and ritual held the weight of history, where the mundane met the mystical, and where protection was sought in every corner of the home. Families gathered around hearths, recounting tales of ancestors whose spirits lingered, watching over them, guiding them through the storms of life. The hearth was not merely a source of warmth. It was a sacred space, a powerful focal point of energy and love. Families believed that their lives were woven together with strands of protection, each ritual a thread that fortified their bonds. The ancient practice of placing salt by the door was a testament to this belief. Salt, with its purifying properties, was seen as a barrier against malevolent spirits. Families would sprinkle it at the threshold, whispering spells of protection as the grains settled. On stormy nights, when the wind howled like a pack of wolves, mothers would gather their children close, telling them that the salt would keep them safe. They would light a small fire, watching the flames flicker, as the shadows danced across the walls like ghosts. The warmth of the fire wrapped around them, but it was the salt, an invisible shield that gave them peace. In villages and towns, rituals varied, yet their essence remained the same, the desire to protect and preserve the family unit. In some cultures, household blessings were performed during the changing of the seasons. As the first snow blanketed the ground or the first flower dared to bloom, families would gather to offer thanks and seek blessings for the months to come. They would hang sprigs of rosemary and thyme above doorways. Their fragrance sent a reminder of love and protection. During the harvest moon, families would prepare a special meal, inviting the spirits of their ancestors to join them. They would place an extra plate at the table, adorned with the finest china, and with each clink of the silverware, they would call out the names of those who had departed, inviting their wisdom and protection into the household. It was a ritual steeped in emotion, a blend of sorrow and joy, as the living sought solace in the presence of those who once were. But not all was serene within the familial sphere. There were those who would wish harm upon others, casting shadows over the homes of the unsuspecting. The practice of creating protective amulets became common. These small charms, crafted from stones, herbs, or bits of metal, were worn around the neck or tucked under pillows. A mother would fashion a tiny pouch from a scrap of cloth, filling it with lavender for peace, or a piece of iron to ward off evil. She would stitch the pouch closed with care and place it under her child's pillow, whispering prayers for safety as they drifted into sleep. And then there were the night watchmen, guardians of the home, who believed that the act of staying awake through the darkest hours was a sacred duty. They would sit at the window, eyes scanning the darkness, the weight of protection resting heavy on their shoulders. In the stillness, they would chant old incantations, invoking the spirits of the night to shield their kin from harm. Every creak of the house made their heart race, every rustle outside sending shivers down their spine. They stood vigilant, for their family's safety depended on it. Even the mundane tasks of daily life were steeped in ritual. When sweeping the floor, the matron of the house would take care to sweep toward the door, a symbolic gesture to push out negativity. As she worked, she would hum softly, a tune passed down through generations, reminding her that every sweep was a step toward cleansing the space and inviting prosperity into their home. The emotional weight of these rituals was palpable. During a time of illness, when the air hung heavy with fear, families would light healing candles, their flames representing hope and resilience. A sick child would be surrounded by the aroma of herbs simmering on the stove, a concoction brewed lovingly by hands that knew the power of nature. Each sip was a prayer, each bite a promise that love could conquer all. The child's laughter, though faint, was a testament to the strength of the familial bonds that held them together. But beneath the surface of this protective tapestry, the lurking fears of the unknown were ever present. Tales of vengeful ghosts, curses, and the dark arts whispered between neighbors, fanning the flames of superstition. The very act of seeking protection could evoke the ire of those who practiced darker magic, creating an undercurrent of tension that ran through the community. The nights grew longer, filled with uncertainty, as families clutched their charms and recited their prayers, hoping to avoid the gaze of those who may wish them harm. As the seasons turned, the rituals evolved, becoming a living history passed from one generation to the next. Grandmothers would sit with their granddaughters, teaching them the significance of each herb and charm, the stories behind every protective spell. The warmth of their laughter intertwined with the seriousness of their teachings, creating a powerful legacy of love and resilience. The act of passing down these rituals was not just about protection. It was an affirmation of family ties, a proclamation that they would stand together against the trials of life. In the candlelight of that small cabin, as the woman finished her charm and placed it on the mantel, she felt a surge of hope. Her child's laughter echoed in the stillness, a reminder that love was the strongest protection of all. The shadows continued to dance on the walls, but they were no longer intimidating. Instead, they were companions of the night, guardians of the familial sphere that embraced and fortified each heart within those walls. And as the moon cast its silvery light upon the earth, the family nestled deeper into their sanctuary, unaware of the threads of destiny woven around them, binding them to the past and the future in an unbreakable tapestry of love and magic. In a dimly lit room, the scent of burning herbs mingled with the earthy aroma of the damp soil. A flickering candle cast dancing shadows on the walls, revealing crumbling parchments adorned with strange symbols. In the center, an elderly healer, her hands trembling slightly with age, stood over a patient lying on a makeshift bed of straw. The patient's face was pale, eyes glazed with fever, their breath shallow. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, she whispered incantations that echoed through the ages, calling on forces beyond the tangible world. This moment, a fragile blend of science and sorcery, was more than a simple act of healing. It was a dance on the tightrope between life and death. For centuries, people sought cures in both the natural and the mystical. In ancient civilizations, Illness was shrouded in mystery, often attributed to malevolent spirits or the displeasure of gods. The healing arts were a tapestry woven from the threads of herbal knowledge, spiritual rituals, and the raw, indomitable belief in the unseen. Take, for example, the ancient Egyptians. Their approach to medicine was an intricate web of practical knowledge and spiritual beliefs. They understood the human body to an extent that allowed them to perform surgeries such as trepanation, removing parts of the skull to alleviate pressure. Yet, they also relied heavily on the power of spells. A doctor would not only treat a wound with ointments made from honey and myrrh, but would also chant spells to protect the patient from evil spirits. The Book of the Dead, a guide used in the afterlife, contained spells that ensured a safe passage into the next world, hinting at the belief that healing extended beyond mere physical existence. In ancient Greece, the Temple of Asclepius stood as a sanctuary for the sick. Pilgrims traveled from far and wide, seeking cures through dreams and rituals. The famous healing god was depicted with a staff entwined with a serpent, a symbol still associated with medicine today. Here, the lines between doctor and priest blurred. Those who sought healing would spend nights in the temple, where the priests would interpret their dreams and guide them through the healing process, often involving both medicinal herbs and sacred rites. The Greeks understood that healing was not just a physical act. It was an emotional and spiritual journey. Across the sea, in the mystical forests of the Celtic tribes, healing was an art shrouded in nature's embrace. Druids, the learned ones of their society, practiced a form of medicine that fused the natural world with the spiritual. They believed that every plant held a spirit, a unique essence that could heal or harm. The healing of a wounded warrior was not just about binding a broken limb. It involved invoking the protective spirits of the forest, chanting spells that would weave a shield around the soul of the ailing. The Celts would gather herbs under the light of a full moon, believing that the lunar power amplified their medicinal properties. Each potion brewed was a mixture of wisdom, faith, and the wild pulse of nature. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where healing took on a darker tone. Plague swept through Europe like a ruthless thief in the night, leaving devastation in its wake. Amidst the chaos, healers emerged, often labeled as witches for their knowledge of herbal remedies. They were the unsung heroes, gathering plants from the forests, brewing potions, and whispering prayers to protect their communities. Yet they walked a perilous path. The church condemned many for their practices, blurring the line between healer and sorceress. An herb used to alleviate suffering could lead to a pyre, where the flames of ignorance consumed both the healer and the hope of those in need. And so the wheel turned, with the Renaissance sparking a rebirth of scientific inquiry, though the roots of magic were never entirely severed. Alchemy emerged, a fascinating blend of science and mysticism. Alchemists sought the philosopher's stone, believed to transform base metals into gold and grant eternal life. Their laboratories, filled with strange concoctions and mysterious symbols, were a shrine to the belief that the physical and spiritual realms were intertwined. They meticulously documented their experiments, bridging the gap between mystical beliefs and emerging scientific understanding. In the New World, indigenous tribes carried their own traditions, rich in ritual and reverence for the earth. Their shamans wielded the power of plants and spirits, using ceremonies to heal not just the body but the heart and mind. The vibrant colors of nature danced in their rituals, a mesmerizing blend of movement and sound that created a sacred space for healing. They believed that every ailment was a message from the spirit world, urging the individual to listen, to heal from within. As the centuries rolled on, the clash of medicine and magic continued. The Enlightenment brought forth a tide of rational thought that threatened to drown the supernatural practices of old. Yet, even as medicine evolved, the echoes of ancient beliefs lingered. Healing circles, guided by intuition and the power of community, emerged in various cultures, where the synergy of prayer, song, and touch facilitated healing in ways that textbooks could never fully explain. In this dance of duality, love and fear intertwined. The healer's hands, steady yet trembling, held the weight of the world. They understood that their work was not merely about curing disease but nurturing the spirit. Each herb crushed, each prayer whispered held the potential to restore hope, to ignite the flicker of life within a weary heart. As the candle flickered low and the night deepened, the healer's voice rose and fell, blending with the rhythm of the universe. The boundary between the seen and the unseen blurred, weaving a tapestry of faith that connected past, present, and future. The patient's breath steadied, a fragile sigh of life hanging in the balance, as the healer poured her essence into the act. And in that moment, magic and medicine converged, creating something extraordinary, something that transcended explanation, defying the very limits of understanding. With each whispered incantation, a portal opened, beckoning the tired souls seeking solace. Shadows danced and the air thrummed with possibility, for in that space, healing became an art of its own, a bridge to the infinite. There, between the realms of reality and the ethereal, the heart of the healer pulsed with the promise of life, and the age-old question lingered in the air. What truly lies beyond the veil of our understanding? The air shimmered with an almost electric intensity, as if the very fabric of existence crackled with unseen energy. Every stone, every ancient beam of wood, whispered the secrets of the ages. Temples and shrines, scattered across the earth, stood as testaments to a time when the sacred intertwined with the mundane, when the divine was not just worshipped but actively engaged with in rituals that stirred the soul. In Egypt, the great temples were not mere structures. They were living entities, pulsating with the vibrations of prayers and chants that had echoed for centuries. The walls of Karnak, embellished with carvings that come alive under the flickering torchlight, told stories of gods and pharaohs. The people believed that the sacred space was home to the divine, a place where the barriers between the earthly and the heavenly thinned. Priests, clad in linen and adorned with sacred symbols, would enter the innermost sanctum, their hearts racing, knowing they were stepping into a world where the mundane slipped away and magic thrived. Meanwhile, in the dense forests of ancient Ireland, stone circles stood stoic and unyielding, remnants of a time when nature was revered and the earth was seen as a living tapestry woven with divine threads. Sacred groves were a sanctuary for druids, who communed with the elements and performed rituals that seemed to breathe life into the very air. The whisper of wind through the trees carried the weight of untold prayers, while the flicker of candlelight danced upon the faces of those gathered, each soul yearning for connection with the unseen forces that shaped their lives. In the heart of Japan, Shinto shrines stood quietly, each torii gate beckoning visitors into a realm of purity and serenity. The rituals of purification, the sound of water splashing against stone, marked the transition from the chaos of the world to the calm of the sacred. Every offering placed at the foot of the shrine, a handful of rice, a sprig of greenery, was a token of gratitude, a bridge between the human and the divine. The air was thick with the scent of incense, wrapping around visitors in a warm embrace, as they closed their eyes and let the stillness wash over them like a gentle stream. Across the waters in ancient Greece, the Oracle of Delphi held court, a place where the very earth was believed to speak. Pilgrims traveled across rugged mountains, their hearts pounding with hope and fear, seeking answers from the Pythia. The temple, adorned with intricate carvings and surrounded by sacred laurel trees, was not just a building, it was a portal. As the smoke from burning herbs spiraled into the sky, the air thickened with anticipation. The words of the oracle, delivered in a trance-like state, were considered the whispers of Apollo himself, guiding the faithful through the maze of life. And then there were the ancient ruins of Mesopotamia, where ziggurats rose like giants from the earth, connecting the heavens to the land below. These colossal structures were temples dedicated to the gods, built with such precision that even millennia later, they still inspired awe. The priests who ascended their steps felt the weight of history in every footfall, knowing they were part of an unbroken line of worship that reached back into the mists of time. Rituals performed at the summit were imbued with cosmic significance. The sacrifices offered up as echoes of human devotion sent forth to the stars. As night fell on the sacred spaces of the Aztecs, the flicker of torches illuminated temples adorned with vibrant murals, each color telling tales of creation and sacrifice. The Great Pyramid of the Sun loomed over the city, its stones soaked with the blood and fervor of ancient rituals. The priests, cloaked in the skins of jaguars, danced under the watchful eye of the gods, their movements a language of devotion and urgency. The drums beat like the heart of the earth itself, resonating with the energy of the cosmos, calling forth the spirits who dwelled in the shadows. Every sacred space was a testament to humanity's eternal quest for connection, a reminder that we are not alone in this vast universe. The temples and shrines became havens where people sought solace, where they could gather in the presence of something greater than themselves. Here, magic was not just an illusion. It was a reality that coursed through the air, binding together the hopes and dreams of countless souls. The history of these spaces was etched into the very stones, each crack and crevice a chapter in a story that would never truly end. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows and bathing the world in golden light, an undeniable feeling lingered in the air. It was the pulse of the sacred, a reminder that magic still existed, waiting to be invoked, waiting for those brave enough to step into these hallowed grounds. A shiver ran down the spine of anyone who dared to wander into these spaces, where echoes of the past mingled with the whispers of the present. The temples and shrines held the weight of human emotion, joy, sorrow, love, and loss, all intertwined in the tapestry of existence. This was not just a history of stone and mortar. It was a history of hearts beating in unison, echoing through the ages, yearning for connection, for understanding, for magic. As the moon rose, casting its silvery glow, the air thickened with a sense of anticipation. It was here, in these sacred spaces, that humanity glimpsed the divine, where the boundaries of the known blurred into the mysteries of the universe. The rituals, the prayers, the offerings, they were not just acts of faith. They were invitations to the unseen, calls to the powers that lay just beyond the veil, waiting to be called forth once more. In a small, dimly lit room, a flickering candle cast shadows that danced wildly on the walls. The air was thick with anticipation as Amara whispered an incantation, her voice barely above a breath. Outside, the world was alive with the sounds of the city, a bustling marketplace filled with the cries of vendors and the laughter of children. But here, in this sacred space, a different kind of energy pulsed, one that was as ancient as the stones of the earth. Magic, secret and personal, flowed through her fingers, ready to bend reality in ways that the state religion would deem heretical. For centuries, the tension between state religion and private magic simmered just beneath the surface of society, like a pot on the verge of boiling over. On one side stood the grand temples, their towering spires kissed by the sun, and the priests clad in ornate robes, their voices resonating with authority and tradition. They preached a doctrine that promised safety and salvation, binding the populace through fear and reverence. The rituals were elaborate, filled with pomp and circumstance, yet they lacked the warmth of the intimate connections that private magic offered. But what good was safety without freedom? Amara's heart raced as she thought of her friend, Elias, who had been caught practicing his private magic. The priests had come for him under the cover of darkness, dragging him from his home, leaving behind only whispered rumors of punishment and shame. The state religion had no tolerance for those who dared to carve their own path, those who sought solace in the quiet power of personal spells rather than the blaring pronouncements of the temple. In the larger cities, where the state religion held sway, public displays of magic were met with disdain and fear. Believers would gather in the squares, chanting prayers to the gods while casting suspicious glances at anyone who dared to stray from their rigid beliefs. Yet, in the shadows, magic lived on. In secret gatherings, practitioners shared their knowledge, weaving together strands of ancient wisdom with the vibrant threads of their lives. They knew intimately the beauty of the moonlit nights spent in communion with forces that the state religion could never hope to control. The struggle was palpable, the air crackling with unspoken conflict. In rural villages, where the grip of the state was weaker, private magic thrived, often intertwined with the rhythms of daily life. A healer might gather herbs in the woods, infusing them with the whispers of the wind and the warmth of the sun, creating remedies that the priests could never provide. Yet, even in these hidden corners, fear lingered. The whispers of the priests echoed in their minds, reminding them that belief could be a double-edged sword. What if the state found out? What if the magic they cherished led to ruin? One fateful day, a proclamation rang out across the land. All forms of magic not sanctioned by the state would be extinguished. The decree sent shockwaves through the community, igniting chaos and fear. The priests, with their piercing gazes and unwavering resolve, sought to snuff out the flickering flames of private magic. Families were torn apart, friends turned against each other. Amara's heart ached as she remembered the way Elias had looked at her, eyes filled with hope, before the shadows claimed him. In the temples, fervent prayers turned into desperate pleas. Believers clutched their sacred texts, trying to drown out the rising tide of dissent. They couldn't see it, but their faith was becoming a weapon, wielded with ruthless precision against those who dared to practice magic in secret. The great schism widened, pulling the fabric of society taut. Each day, the streets grew more tense, more dangerous, a powder keg ready to explode. Yet, in the darkest of moments, a flicker of rebellion ignited among those who had once cowered in fear. Secret meetings were held under the cloak of night, where the words of old were recited, and magic was practiced in hushed tones. Amara stood among them, her resolve hardening like steel. She knew that the time had come to reclaim her power, to stand against the tides of oppression that sought to drown out her voice and those of her kin. The stakes were rising as whispers of a rebellion spread like wildfire. The state religion, in its attempts to suppress the private magic that flowed like blood through the veins of the people, had inadvertently sparked a movement. Fear turned to fury, and the quiet chants of the rebels became louder, echoing through the alleyways that once felt so suffocating. Magic was not solely a tool for the elite. It belonged to everyone, from the humble healer to the aspiring sorcerer. With each passing day, confrontation loomed on the horizon. The priests, sensing the swell of opposition, escalated their efforts, tightening their grip on the people. They organized grand displays of power, rituals meant to reinforce their dominance, but they only fueled the flames of dissent. The faithful, once mere spectators, began to question their allegiance. Was their faith truly unwavering, or had it been built on the sands of fear? Amara, standing on the precipice of change, felt the weight of history pressing down on her shoulders. The battles fought in the shadows had shaped generations, and now she was a part of that lineage. She could feel the heartbeat of those who came before her, the whispers of their struggles filling her with courage. They had faced adversity, and now it was her turn to carry the torch, to weave the threads of rebellion into a tapestry that would shake the very foundations of their world. The tension between state religion and private magic was not merely a conflict of beliefs. It was a clash of identities, a fight for the soul of a society. As the lines blurred and the stakes grew higher, the question echoed through the hearts of many: which would prevail, the rigid doctrine of the temples or the vibrant, untamed spirit of magic that coursed through their lives? The answer lay ahead, waiting to be forged in the fires of conflict and change. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit chamber, the scent of burnt herbs mingled with the palpable tension that hung in the air. A figure, cloaked in shadows, whispered ancient words, their cadence heavy with intention. Outside, the world went on, blissfully unaware of the dark dance unfolding within four walls. The quest for power often breeds desperation, and desperation can lead to unspeakable acts. As the words echoed in the stillness, an unshakable truth began to emerge. Curses, once thought to be mere children's tales, had the power to shape destinies and alter the course of history. In ancient Rome, political rivals were not merely opponents. They were mortal enemies, often resorting to the darkest arts to secure their throne. The infamous Gaius Julius Caesar, beloved by the people, had a string of enemies who would stop at nothing to see him fall. Among them was a senator, driven mad by jealousy and ambition, who sought the aid of a soothsayer. Under the cover of night, he carved symbols into the earth, invoking ancient deities to curse Caesar. A chill swept through the Roman streets as the whispers of the curse rippled through the Senate, sowing seeds of doubt and fear. Fast forward to the tumultuous days of the Middle Ages, when kings and queens wielded power like a double-edged sword. It was a time when the divine right of kings was challenged not only by armies but also by sinister incantations. The tale of King Henry VI of England reveals shadows lurking even in the grandest of halls. His reign was marred by madness, and the whispers of witches grew louder as his mental state deteriorated. Rumors circulated that enemies had conspired with sorceresses, weaving spells to twist the king's mind and push him toward insanity. The court was a theater of fear, and the people watched as their king unraveled, a puppet pulled by invisible strings. As the wheel of time turned, the world saw the rise of Elizabeth I, a queen who knew all too well the weight of her crown. Surrounded by ambitious nobles eager to lay claim to power, she turned to trusted advisors, each with their own secrets. The rumor mill spun wildly, suggesting that some courtiers sought to unleash curses upon Elizabeth, believing that only her downfall could elevate their own status. In the smoky back rooms of the palace, plots thickened. A servant caught a glimpse of a darkened chamber, where candles flickered around a makeshift altar, and the air was thick with the scent of desperation. The tension was electric, a palpable reminder that even the throne was not free from the shadows. Across the Atlantic, the early years of the American colonies were fraught with intrigue and hidden agendas. The Salem witch trials unfolded like a grotesque theater of the absurd, where accusations and curses spiraled out of control. Fear gripped the hearts of villagers as they turned on one another, spurred by the desire for power and influence. Those who wielded the power of accusation became rulers in their own right, and the whispered names of the accused became synonymous with doom. In the chaos, a simple curse uttered in anger led to hangings and heartbreak, a chilling reminder that the power to influence fate lay not just in the hands of the elite, but also in the hearts of the fearful. As the centuries rolled on, the political landscape transformed, yet the allure of curses remained ever potent. The 20th century brought the rise of dictators who understood the language of fear. In the shadow of World War II, sinister figures emerged, believing that curses could strip away the strength of their enemies. Adolf Hitler, in his obsession with the occult, sought to harness unholy powers, believing that curses could fortify his regime. His advisors delved into ancient texts and rituals, searching for ways to bend the will of nations. The whispers of curses echoed through the Reich, a chilling strategy in a time of chaos. But curses cannot be contained, nor can they be controlled. The very act of wishing harm upon another can unleash a tempest of unforeseen consequences. In the aftermath of war, as nations struggled to rebuild, the shadows of curses lingered. The story of political gain became entwined with the narratives of loss, betrayal, and suffering. In the rubble, the ghosts of the past whispered, creating an unbreakable cycle of vengeance. In modern times, the allure of curses has not faded, even as the world became more technologically advanced. In boardrooms and political arenas, ambitions rise and fall. The silent war of influence takes on many forms. A social media post here, a whispered rumor there, a digital curse that can unravel reputations overnight. Those vying for power, feeling cornered, often resort to tactics that skirt the line between the ethical and the malevolent. The stakes are higher than ever, and the shadows of the past remind them that the darkest arts are never truly forgotten. As we stand on the precipice of future battles for dominion, the echoes of curses reverberate through history, compelling the ambitious to consider one unsettling truth. The quest for power is never free of consequences. The cycle of curses continues to spin, a relentless wheel that holds the key to a tumultuous existence. With every whispered incantation, every hurried flick of the wrist, the darkness beckons, drawing in those who dare to tread too close. The tension mounts, and as the world spins on, the next chapter in the sinister tale waits patiently, hiding just beneath the surface, ready to erupt. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit Roman alley, a figure cloaked in black moved with purpose, their footsteps muffled by the damp cobblestones. Whispered chants and the scent of burning herbs filled the air, hinting at ancient secrets and forbidden practices. This was a world where the boundaries between the mundane and the mystical blurred, where the power of magic was both feared and coveted. Yet, beneath the surface of this enchanting facade lay a tension that crackled like lightning. for the edicts of Roman law loomed ever-present, ready to strike down those who dared to wield the arcane. The streets of Rome thrummed with life, but there was a darker pulse beneath it all. Citizens often glanced over their shoulders, wary of the unseen forces that might be at play. Tales of sorcery danced on the lips of the fearful. Stories of curses that could shatter lives, of charms that could ensnare hearts, and of potions that could twist fate itself. Yet, it was not mere superstition that gripped the populace. It was the iron grip of legislation that sought to quell these powers. The Roman state, with its fierce devotion to order and reason, regarded magic as a threat, a chaos that could disrupt the carefully constructed society. In 33 BCE, Gaius Octavius, later known as Augustus, took a significant step in this relentless battle against sorcery. His laws, draped in the guise of protection, were in fact an iron fist aimed at silencing the whispers of the enchantress and the murmurs of the soothsayer. The Lex Cornelia de Sicarius et Beneficius came down hard, targeting not only those who committed murder but also those who practiced witchcraft. The response was swift and merciless. Accusations of sorcery could lead to execution. Even the mere suspicion of intent was enough to invite the wrath of the law. On the streets, fear mingled with desperation. A woman named Livia, an herbalist known for her remedies, found herself ensnared in the very web that sought to protect the innocent. One evening, a neighbor, desperate for a cure for his ailing child, whispered her name into the air like a prayer. When the child recovered, the news spread like wildfire, but it was not gratitude that followed. Jealousy and suspicion coiled around Livia, and soon she was dragged before the magistrates, accused of sorcery, her once celebrated skills twisted into a weapon against her. The trial was a spectacle, a grim reminder of the stakes at play. The courtroom buzzed with tension, every gaze fixed upon Livia as she stood trembling, hands bound. The prosecutor, a man whose own ambitions thrived on the fear of the populace, painted her as a dark sorceress, a menace lurking behind the guise of a healer. The air crackled with anticipation as he recounted the tales of her supposed witchcraft, how she had whispered incantations, how she had wielded herbs not just for healing but for harm. And yet, Livia clung to her truth, her voice trembling yet resolute as she pleaded her case. "I am not a sorceress," she cried, her words laced with a mixture of fear and defiance. "I heal, I do not harm." But the judges, their faces carved from stone, were unmoved. Their decisions were swayed by the weight of fear that enveloped the city, a fear reinforced by laws that demanded compliance at any cost. As the verdict approached, a silence fell over the courtroom, thick with the scent of impending doom. Would Livia become another victim of the law's relentless pursuit? The flickering torches cast shadows on the walls, as if the spirits of the past whispered of the many who had faced such fates. And yet, somewhere, a flicker of dissent stirred within the hearts of the onlookers, for they, too, had felt the icy grip of the law tighten around their own lives, had seen the consequences of a single accusation tear families apart. In the dark corners of Rome, where fear mingled with secrecy, others like Livia chose to tread more carefully. They learned to navigate the treacherous waters of law and magic, whispering incantations only in hushed tones, practicing their arts in shadows. The magic that had once danced openly among the people now lay hidden, obscured by the oppressive weight of legislation. Yet, as the fear of discovery loomed, the art of sorcery found new ways to thrive. Those skilled enough to adapt became the unseen guardians of ancient knowledge, passing down their wisdom in cryptic symbols and coded language. Meanwhile, the law continued to evolve, bolstered by the very fear it had instilled. Under Emperor Tiberius, the crackdown on sorcery intensified, with the infamous Lex de Magicis et Maleficis emerging as a chilling testament to the empire's zero tolerance for the supernatural. The streets rang with the echoes of public trials, the cries of the condemned mixing with the gasps of onlookers, each case a reminder of the price one paid for straying into the shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Roman Forum, it became clear that magic, once a vibrant thread woven into the fabric of daily life, was slowly being strangled by the very laws meant to govern society. The once familiar chants that echoed at the midnight hour now lingered only as whispers of nostalgia, fading into the night. Yet, even as the shadows lengthened, the spirit of resistance flickered in the hearts of those who refused to forget. Within the society, the tension between law and magic simmered, a cauldron of emotions waiting to boil over. And so, the tale of Livia and countless others continued, an unbroken loop of fear and defiance woven into the very heart of Roman life, where the haunting question lingered: who truly held the power, the law, or the magic that thrummed just beneath the surface? As the darkness enveloped the city, the stage was set for the next act in this age-old drama, where the struggle for survival danced hand in hand with the shadows of sorcery. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced on the walls, flickering like whispers of an age long past. An old grimoire lay open on a weathered table, its pages yellowed and fragile, each word a heartbeat from a world where magic pulsed through the veins of everyday life. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the musty aroma of ancient parchment, evoking a sense of reverence and dread. The flickering candles cast a warm glow, illuminating symbols that held the weight of 1,000 secrets, a testament to the Roman Empire's bewitching legacy. Long ago, in the bustling streets of Rome, where the Colosseum rose like a titan over the city, magic mingled freely with reality. Citizens of all walks of life turned to spells and amulets, seeking the favor of gods and spirits. From seasoned magicians to simple housewives, the belief in the supernatural was woven into the very fabric of society. One could hear the incantations echoing through the alleys, each word imbued with hope and fear. The Romans, masters of both conquest and craftsmanship, embraced magic as a tool, one to manipulate, to heal, to protect. Little did they know, their spells would echo through the ages, stirring the hearts of countless generations. As the empire fell, its influence did not vanish into the mists of history. Instead, it morphed, twisted, and evolved into something altogether different. The early Middle Ages, a time often shrouded in darkness, became a fertile ground for the seeds of Roman magic to take root anew. Monks in candlelit monasteries meticulously copied texts, their fragile hands preserving wisdom from a lost civilization. They infused their own religious fervor into ancient spells, creating a hybrid of faith and magic, a potion potent enough to enchant the masses. Farmers would whisper prayers while plowing their fields, hoping to coax bountiful harvests from the earth, each chant a strand woven into the tapestry of their lives. In these shadowy times, a sense of dread loomed large. The fear of witchcraft gripped communities, fueled by the fervent belief that dark forces roamed the nights. The remnants of Roman magic, once celebrated, now took a darker turn. Women, labeled witches, were persecuted, their whispered knowledge deemed dangerous. Yet even in fear, magic thrived. The allure of the arcane and the mysterious only grew, transforming into a rebellious act of defiance against the oppressive weight of ignorance. With the dawning of the Renaissance, a flicker of light ignited in the darkness. Scholars dusted off the tomes of antiquity, reviving the ancient practices. The world began to awaken, and with it, the echoes of Roman magic reverberated through universities and courts. Alchemists, with their beakers and flames, sought to turn base metals into gold, believing they could touch the divine. Artists painted the celestial, imbued with the belief that their creations held the power to connect the earthly with the ethereal. Magic had cast its spell once again, this time in the hands of those who dared to question the boundaries of reality. The streets of Florence and Venice buzzed with excitement, where merchants spoke of enchanted artifacts and alchemical wonders. The air crackled with energy as men and women whispered the names of forgotten gods, invoking spirits long thought to be silenced. Mysticism and scholarship entwined in an intoxicating dance, giving rise to a new understanding of the universe. Yet, amid the wonder, a shadow lurked. The Inquisition, a formidable force, sought to root out heresy, branding magic as a sin. In this deadly cat-and-mouse game, the line between knowledge and power blurred further, each whisper of incantation carrying the weight of risk. As centuries rolled on, the legacy of Roman magic continued to thrive, albeit in quieter corners. Folk traditions preserved the whispers of spells, passed down from generation to generation like a cherished family heirloom. In rural villages, wise women became the keepers of ancient knowledge, their remedies a lifeline for those in need. The echoes of old incantations floated on the breeze, reminding all who listened of a time when the supernatural intertwined seamlessly with the mundane. The Age of Enlightenment brought fresh scrutiny and skepticism, yet the allure of the mysterious remained unwavering. Magic and science began a tenuous dance, each attempting to claim the truths of the universe. Despite the rise of rationality, the hearts of men and women still yearned for something beyond the tangible. They turned to the occult, seeking solace in tarot cards and astrological signs, echoing the Roman propensity to seek guidance from the stars. The past lingered in the air, like the faintest trace of perfume, impossible to ignore. In modern times, the legacy of Roman magic continues to pulse vibrantly through the veins of contemporary society. The resurgence of interest in the esoteric and the ancient has led to a revival of practices once thought lost. Wiccans, pagans, and those who walk the path of the mystic rediscover the spells of old, weaving them into the fabric of their lives. Crystal shops and metaphysical bookstores now stand proudly on bustling streets, inviting seekers to explore their heritage, a bridge connecting the past with the present. Yet, the question remains, what of the spirits that once roamed the ancient streets of Rome? Are they watching, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge? As candles flicker in the twilight and the echoes of whispered incantations drift through the night, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The past is not merely a shadow cast on the walls of history. It is alive and breathing, a heartbeat that resonates with every spell cast and every wish made. Underneath the surface of modernity, the whispers of ancient Rome linger, waiting to ensnare the hearts of those who dare to listen. There lies an invisible thread, binding past to present, a tapestry woven with emotions, fear, and hope. The legacy of Roman magic is a vibrant dance of light and dark, a reminder that magic never truly dies. It simply transforms, inviting all who feel its pull to step into the unknown. A cacophony of laughter and music fills the air, while bright colors dance around like vivid dreams made manifest. People from all walks of life gather, their faces aglow with joy and anticipation, as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting a warm, golden hue over the festivities. In that moment, the past intertwines seamlessly with the present, for festivals have always been more than mere celebrations. They are the lifeblood of communities, pulsating with ancient rhythms and timeless stories, sacred occasions steeped in magical significance. From the earliest days of human existence, festivals marked the passage of time, celebrating the cycles of nature that govern life itself. The winter solstice, for instance, has been honored by cultures around the world, a time when the darkness seems to hold its breath, and the promise of light returns. Ancient peoples gathered around flickering fires, telling tales of their gods and ancestors, as they offered sacrifices to ensure the sun would rise once more. This was a moment of connection, not just with the divine, but with one another, a reminder of their shared humanity. In Mesopotamia, the festival of Akitu was a grand spectacle, a ritual that celebrated the renewal of life. The king would act as a servant to the gods, his royal garments stripped away, symbolizing the humility necessary to seek favor. The people sang and danced, their spirits entwined, believing these acts could influence the heavens. Such was the power of festivals. They transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, igniting hope and faith in the hearts of everyone present. As the sun sets on a modern festival, a child stands wide-eyed, clutching a colorful balloon that sways gently in the evening breeze. The pulsating rhythm of drums resonates deep within, tugging at the heartstrings of those nearby. At that moment, she is not just a spectator. She is woven into a tapestry that stretches back through time. It is easy to forget that every cheerful face around her carries stories of struggle and triumph, of tradition and change. In India, during Diwali, the festival of lights, the air crackles with electricity. Homes are adorned with oil lamps and colorful rangoli designs, as families come together to symbolize the victory of light over darkness. As fireworks burst in the night sky, their brilliant colors reflect the joy of countless generations, reminding everyone of the enduring spirit of resilience. The festival echoes tales of the goddess Lakshmi, whose blessings are sought for prosperity and well-being. It is a moment where time stands still, where hopes and dreams are ignited like the flames of the diyas that flicker in every window. In the heart of Europe, the Carnival of Venice unfolds like a dream, masks obscuring identities while allowing souls to revel in anonymity. This celebration, steeped in centuries of tradition, offers an escape from the burdens of reality. The intricate costumes and masks serve as a reminder that behind every facade lies a story yearning to be told. The air is thick with laughter, and for a fleeting time, social hierarchies dissolve, replaced by a shared sense of wonder and possibility. In that enchanted atmosphere, the boundaries of self seem to blur, and together, they dance to an age-old song of freedom. But not all festivals are joyous. Some carry the weight of remembrance and reflection. The Day of the Dead in Mexico transforms grief into celebration, honoring ancestors with altars adorned with marigolds and sugar skulls. Families gather, sharing stories and laughter, as they believe the spirits of their loved ones return to join in the festivities. This rich tapestry of life and death intertwines, demonstrating that love transcends the physical realm. The vibrant colors and loud music contrast sharply with the somber task of remembering, turning sorrow into a beautiful tribute to those who shaped their lives. Around the world, festivals also serve as a powerful catalyst for change. The powerful chants of protest during the Stonewall riots in New York City in 1969 were not merely an act of defiance. They birthed an annual celebration, Pride. What began as a revolt against oppression evolved into a vibrant festival celebrating love, acceptance, and the relentless pursuit of equality. As the parades march through the streets adorned with rainbows, every step is a reminder of the struggles faced and the victories won. It is a festival born of pain but fueled by hope, an affirmation that the spirit of community can reshape the future. As twilight deepens, the music swells, and the flickers of firelight cast playful shadows on the faces of those gathered. Laughter intertwines with the scent of roasted meats and spices, while the distant sound of drums reverberates through the air. In that moment, the festival transforms into a sacred space, a place where the past, present, and future collide. People of all ages, backgrounds, and beliefs come together, united by a single thread of joy. Underneath the galaxy of stars, they remember that they are part of something greater than themselves. Tales of the past echo in the whispers of the wind, weaving their way through the laughter and music, calling upon the spirits of ancestors who once danced in similar circles. The importance of these celebrations is not lost on the participants. Each heartbeat, each cheer, creates ripples through time. The festival is not just a moment. It is a legacy, a promise that the magic of life will continue to pulse through the veins of future generations. In every corner of the globe, festivals reflect the multifaceted nature of humanity, embodying joy, hope, remembrance, and love. They serve as a reminder that amidst the chaos of daily life, there exists a sanctuary where magic can be felt in the air and where every person, no matter how different, can find a place to belong. The spirit of the festival dances on, unyielding and eternal, as hearts beat in unison, echoing a timeless rhythm that binds us all. In the flickering glow of a dimly lit chamber, a Roman artist dipped his brush into dark pigments, his hands trembling with anticipation. The air was thick with the scent of oil and resin, but it was the palpable energy of something more, a whisper of magic that electrified the space. He paused, staring intently at the canvas, where the outlines of gods and mythical creatures began to take shape. This was not merely art. It was an invocation, a spell woven into the very fabric of the empire. Magic in ancient Rome was not just a clandestine practice hidden away in the shadows. It swirled around the lives of its citizens, infusing everyday activities with a sense of wonder and trepidation. From the bustling marketplaces to the solemn temples, the influence of magic seeped into every corner of society, and its echoes resonated profoundly within Roman art and iconography. Symbols danced across the walls of catacombs and villas, each telling stories of love, death, and the divine. A painted scene of a nymph frolicking in a stream, her figure both ethereal and captivating, spoke of enchantment. To the Romans, she was more than just a subject of aesthetic pleasure. She was a reminder of the mystical forces that flowed just beneath the surface of their reality. Every stroke of the brush was an effort to capture those forces, to summon the very spirits themselves. The mythology of Rome was rich with beings who wielded incredible power. From the grandeur of Jupiter, who wielded lightning, to the enigmatic presence of Hecate, goddess of magic and witchcraft. These figures inspired a flurry of artistic expression. Statues rose high, casting long shadows over the streets, while mosaics whispered stories of the extraordinary. The Roman artist, aware of this magical legacy, embedded these figures into their work, inviting viewers to connect with the divine. In the bustling markets, merchants peddled not only wares but also charms and talismans. A simple necklace adorned with a small amulet could ward off evil and invite fortune. Art became a conduit for these beliefs, transforming mundane objects into vessels of protection. A painted vase, adorned with scenes of gods bestowing blessings, could elevate a simple meal into a feast blessed by the heavens. Each image was a reminder that the gods were always watching, urging the Romans to tread carefully in their lives. On the edges of society, practitioners of magic, often labeled as witches, operated in the shadows. Their existence added an element of danger and intrigue to the cultural landscape. Illustrations depicting these women, sometimes fierce, sometimes delicate, expressed a duality that fascinated and frightened the populace. They were both revered and reviled, their power represented in art with swirling patterns and chaotic lines, capturing their connection to the unknown. Artistic representations of these figures hinted at their ability to manipulate forces beyond human comprehension, drawing the viewer into a world where the boundaries of reality blurred. The tension swelled in the air as artists portrayed rituals in their frescoes, ceremonial gatherings painted with urgency and fervor. The figures, often caught in animated poses, seemed to vibrate with an energy that could almost be felt by the onlooker. Each flick of a wrist or tilt of the head suggested an invocation to the gods, a plea for favor or protection. The vibrant colors, once simply pigments, were infused with the very essence of belief and fear, each hue echoing the emotions that stirred in the hearts of the faithful. A chilling moment materialized in the tales of Aeneas, the hero who journeyed into the underworld. Artists rendered these scenes with haunting beauty, capturing the ethereal glow of Persephone and the breathtaking landscapes of the afterlife. The imagery lingered in the minds of viewers long after they left the gallery. It was a visual reminder that magic was not just a tool for the living. It was a bridge to the dead, a promise of connection that transcended time and space. The ghosts of the past inhabited the canvases, inviting the living to engage with their legacies. Amidst this artistic revolution, the Roman elite commissioned works that reflected their own mystique. Portraits adorned with symbols of power and divinity became popular, each detail meticulously crafted to suggest the sitter's connection to the gods. A senator, poised and regal, gazed down from the marble, his likeness immortalized alongside the eagle, a creature symbolic of Jupiter. The very act of commissioning such art was a magical declaration, a way for the elite to claim their destiny as favored by the divine. In the twilight hours, when shadows grew long and the world hushed, whispers of ancient spells echoed through the streets. The enchantment of magic lived on in the murals and statues, each brushstroke and chisel mark resonating with stories untold. It was a time when art was not merely seen but felt, when viewers were drawn into a dance with the divine, seduced by the allure of the supernatural. Every piece of art was a portal, a chance for the observer to step beyond the mundane and touch the ethereal. The boundary between the seen and the unseen faded, and with each glance, the viewer was reminded of their own place in this grand tapestry, woven with both beauty and dread. As twilight turned to night, one could almost hear the echo of laughter from the realm of the gods, mingling with the solemnity of those who sought their favor. With the dawn of a new era looming on the horizon, the magic that once thrived in the heart of Roman artistry began to intertwine with new ideas and influences. An unseen tension crackled in the air, hinting at the transformations that lay ahead. As the past and future collided, the threads of magic and art would continue to weave their tale, forever entwined in a dance that echoed through the centuries. Amid the clamor of sword clashing against shield and the echoing cries of men, something otherworldly slithered through the air, unseen yet palpable. Soldiers on the battlefield, muscles taut and faces smeared with dirt, felt it before they saw it. A chill that crept down their spines, a whisper of ancient power. This was a world where the mundane met the mystical, where victory was not solely claimed by strength but also by the unseen forces that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In ancient Rome, as legions marched across Europe, generals turned to their trusted augurs, men whose eyes were said to pierce through the fabric of fate. They would study the flight patterns of birds and the entrails of sacrificed animals, seeking omens to guide their military strategies. A flick of a bird's wing could change the course of a campaign, the flutter of feathers signaling fortune or doom. Soldiers prayed for divine favor, chanting incantations that echoed through the ranks, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of hope and fear. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks whispered spells beneath their breath, believing that Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, would grant them insight if their offerings were pure. In the heat of battle, warriors would clutch amulets strung with intricate symbols, each curve and line a prayer for protection. A single moment of hesitation could spell disaster. So they chanted, fingers trembling around the charms, channeling their faith into a brimming reservoir of courage. In the shadows of Europe during the Middle Ages, the battlefield was a theater of chaos, where the clash of metal rang out against a backdrop of blood and dust. Knights donned their armor not just for protection, but adorned with symbols of protection, believing in the sacred powers of the saints. Before a battle, they would kneel, swords planted in the ground, murmuring prayers as they traced crosses in the air, invoking the spirits of ancestors who had fought bravely before them. The church's blessings echoed, a transcendent sound that filled the air with an electric charge, a promise that divine intervention would shield them from harm. The Vikings, fierce and untamed, looked to the Norse gods for favor. Before setting sail for unknown shores, they would gather at the edge of the sea, offering treasures to the waves, their chants rising like smoke to the heavens. Each word was a thread woven into their destiny, a hope for safe passage against the wrath of storms and enemies alike. Sagas spoke of the Valkyries, warrior maidens who chose the slain. The thought alone ignited a fire in the hearts of those ready to brave the field, believing that their deeds would be honored in the halls of Valhalla. With the rise of empires, the need for magic to tilt the scales of war grew. In the east, Chinese generals employed feng shui, aligning their camps with the earth's energy. They arranged their armies in formations that mirrored the flow of rivers and mountains, channeling the very essence of nature to grant them victory. Soldiers would stand in formations that felt alive, as if the earth itself breathed through them, sending a surge of strength and protection against the enemy's advance. Through the Dark Ages and into the Renaissance, a shift occurred. Rituals became more elaborate, as learned men and women sought to blend knowledge with the arcane. The famous alchemist Paracelsus believed in the power of words, that a simple incantation could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. He crafted spells for soldiers, mixing herbs and metals, persuading them that with the right potion, they could become invincible. The air buzzed with excitement and trepidation, warriors storming into battle fueled not just by rage, but by the intoxicating belief in their own invulnerability. The mystical allure of magic found its place within the ranks of armies across the ages. In the American Civil War, soldiers carried charms and talismans in their pockets, invoking spirits long forgotten. They etched symbols onto their rifles, whispering prayers for protection, their voices drowned out by the cacophony of cannon fire. Leaders turned to fortune-tellers and mediums, seeking glimpses of the future, desperate to sway the tides of fate in their favor. The air crackled with tension and fear, as each soldier became a thread in a larger tapestry of belief, each heart pounding against the rhythm of hope. As the echoes of history continued to resonate, the modern battlefield witnessed a metamorphosis. With advancements in technology, traditional spells and rituals began to fade into whispers of the past, yet they lingered just below the surface. Soldiers still clung to tokens of luck, small charms hidden in their gear. They wrote letters to family, reading them aloud in the quiet moments before dawn, their voices a bridge between the mundane world and the mystical embrace of protection. In the dim light of a war room, strategists whispered in hushed tones, revealing plans laden with trepidation. At times, they too sought the guidance of seers and mystics, hoping for a glimpse of what lay ahead. The shadow of doubt lingered, unabated by maps or tactics, as an unshakable truth emerged, that the heart of a soldier was as much a battlefield as the front lines themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of fire, an army prepared to march. The drums beat in time, a pulse that resonated not only against the earth, but within the souls of those who stood ready to fight. With each step, the weight of history pressed upon them. The dreams of warriors passed, igniting the embers of their own courage. The air was thick with anticipation, the line between mere flesh and the ethereal world blurred, as they sought the victory that awaited, fueled by the flickering hope that magic, once alive in every heart, would guide them through the darkness ahead. In a dimly lit room, a woman huddled over a cluttered table, her hands stained with the colors of herbs and clay. Outside the window, the world moved on, blissfully unaware of the magic she conjured within those four walls. To many, she was an outcast, whispered about in the streets as a witch or a charlatan. Yet, among those shadows, she held the power to heal, to transform, and to awaken life itself. This tiny room was both her sanctuary and her prison. Once upon a time, practitioners of the arts that blended the mystical with the medicinal were revered. Ancient civilizations, from the Egyptians who adorned their tombs with images of skilled healers to the Greeks who honored Asclepius, the god of medicine, recognized the importance of those who could bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen. But time twisted values like a cruel puppet master, and as the centuries turned, many of these gifted individuals found themselves on the fringes of society. In the Middle Ages, the practitioners who once stood tall among the elite were hunted down like animals. Their knowledge was seen as a threat, their wisdom a danger. The Church, wielding its mighty sword of doctrine, branded them as heretics. Fear gripped the hearts of the masses, and the flames of the Inquisition flickered ominously in the distance. Those who dared to practice herbal medicine or divination found themselves at the mercy of the very society that had once celebrated them. The air was thick with tension, and the cries of the accused echoed through the cobblestone streets, ghostly remnants of a time when healing and magic walked hand in hand. Yet, as the wheel of history turned, the tide began to shift. The Renaissance unfurled like a vibrant tapestry, and a newfound curiosity ignited in the hearts of the people. Scholars began to challenge the old dogmas, rediscovering texts long hidden away. The works of Hippocrates and Avicenna resurfaced, breathing life into ancient wisdom that had been so cruelly suppressed. Practitioners of the age, now wearing the cloak of the scholar, slowly regained their footing in society. They shifted from the shadows into the light, their knowledge respected and sought after. As the Age of Enlightenment dawned, the world began to understand that practitioners were more than just outcasts. They were pioneers of thought and healing. They stood before their peers, no longer in fear of the gallows but rather celebrated for their contributions to medicine and philosophy. The likes of Paracelsus, who boldly challenged the medical practices of his day, heralded a new era. He proclaimed the importance of observation and experimentation, urging society to embrace the power of nature in healing. His ideas swirled through the salons of Europe, igniting a passion for knowledge that reverberated through generations. Yet, this transformation was not without its struggles. In the far corners of towns, whispers of the old fears still lingered. Those practitioners who clung to ancient roots faced a duality of existence. They were both revered as healers and feared as sorcerers. Even as their social standing began to rise, the shadows of suspicion remained, casting doubts on their intentions. The duality of their existence weighed heavily upon them, champions of health, yet forever marked by the stigma of the past. In the wake of the Industrial Revolution, the landscape shifted once more. Amidst the steam and coal, the allure of progress overshadowed the old ways. Science and medicine surged forward, leaving behind the ancient practices that had once been the bedrock of society. Hospitals filled with white coats and sterile instruments, while the practitioners who relied on intuition and the whispers of the earth found themselves sidelined once again. The air thickened with a sense of loss as traditional knowledge faded into folklore. Yet, like the phoenix rising from its ashes, the latter half of the 20th century birthed a new awareness. The world awoke to the understanding that healing was not merely a mechanical process but a multifaceted journey that encompassed the mind, body, and spirit. Holistic practices began to weave their way back into the fabric of health, and practitioners emerged as trusted advisors once more. They wielded their knowledge not just for the sake of healing but for the very essence of humanity itself. With the dawn of the new millennium, practitioners stood as pillars of authority in the realms of wellness and spirituality. Their once hidden wisdom now illuminated the paths of countless individuals seeking balance in an increasingly chaotic world. The very practices that had painted them as outcasts became badges of honor. Meditation, herbalism, and holistic healing were no longer fringe ideas but celebrated movements. Society began to embrace the very essence of what these practitioners had fought so hard to retain. Yet, beneath the glittering surface, the shadows of the past still lingered. There were still whispers of skepticism, still those who looked upon practitioners with a critical eye, questioning their methods and motives. The journey was not complete. The tension between tradition and modernity continued to pulse like a heartbeat, reminding everyone that the battle for acceptance was ongoing. As the sun set behind the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, the room where the woman once sat became a sanctuary of knowledge and learning. More and more people came seeking her wisdom, standing at the threshold of her door, eager for the guidance she offered. They were no longer afraid, no longer in the dark. They sought the wisdom of those who had walked the winding road from outcast to authority, ready to embrace the magic of healing in all its forms. The story continued, a tale of resilience and transformation, where the journey of practitioners flowed seamlessly into the lives they transformed. Each moment built upon another, weaving a rich tapestry of history and emotion, leaving the door wide open for the next chapter to unfold, filled with the promise of healing, understanding, and the unbreakable bond between those who practice and those who seek. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows across the marble walls of the emperor's private chamber, where whispers of magic danced in the air like ghostly figures. Incense curled upwards, carrying with it the heady scent of mysticism and the weight of secrets. Here, amid the opulence of golden goblets and silk drapes, was a man torn between the crown he wore and the whispers of the otherworld. The emperor, a figure of power, stood at the precarious edge where personal belief met public image, his heart racing under the weight of expectations. As a child, he had been captivated by magicians in the market squares, fingers snapping, coins disappearing, and moments suspended in time. Each trick had left him breathless, each illusion drawing him closer to the idea that the world held powers beyond comprehension. The laughter of the crowd had echoed in his ears, a distant melody of joy that seemed to promise something more than mere gold and glory. But now, as he faced the daunting realities of his empire, those childhood wonders morphed into something darker, a longing for connection to the forces that could either elevate or destroy him. Outside the chamber, the world spun on, a tapestry woven with the lives of subjects who looked upon their emperor with both reverence and fear. He was the sun that rose over their lives, a deity in human form. Yet behind closed doors, he confided in the stars, consulted sacred texts, and sought the wisdom of soothsayers, each moment silently weaving a tapestry of belief that ran counter to the image he needed to maintain. An emperor could not be weak. He could not be vulnerable. To show belief in the mystical was to show doubt in his own power. One night, as a storm raged outside, the emperor sought solace in the arms of an ancient scroll, its faded ink whispering forgotten truths. The words spoke of prophecies and ancient rites, of a time when emperors were not just rulers but vessels of divine connection. He felt a shiver run through him as he traced the letters with his fingers, an intimate touch that ignited the spark of something long buried, a longing to reclaim the magic that had once thrilled him. But a sudden knock shattered the silence, and with it, the sanctuary he had built around himself. His chief advisor burst in, breathless with urgency. "My emperor, the people are restless. They need to see strength. They need to believe in you." Each word struck like thunder, reverberating through the chamber and sending a chill down the emperor's spine. What was strength if it was built on sand? He had been raised to wear the mask of confidence, to exude an image of invincibility, but inside, doubts swirled like the storm outside. The emperor nodded, the weight of his advisor's words pressing down like lead. He donned his royal robes, layering himself in finery that gleamed under the light, a facade carefully constructed against the truth of his heart. Yet, in the depths of his soul, he felt a pull toward the magical, a yearning that refused to be silenced. As he stepped out into the throngs of his people, the air thickened with expectation. They cheered for him, their voices rising like a chant, but the emperor felt as if he were standing on the edge of a great abyss. In that moment, he realized the precarious balance he had to maintain. To show his belief in magic could shatter the image he had built, yet to deny the pull of the mystical felt like a betrayal to the very essence of who he was. As he raised his hands to address the crowd, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What if he revealed his inner self, the man who believed in omens and secrets? Would the people still love him, or would they turn to him with fear in their eyes, their faith unraveling like a thread pulled too hard? The crowd roared, "Long live the emperor!" And he felt both exhilarated and trapped by their adoration. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the crowd, a fortune teller draped in colorful garments, her eyes glinting with knowledge of the unseen. Their gaze locked, and the woman smiled knowingly, as if she could see through the layers of his facade. An electric thrill coursed through him, igniting a spark of rebellion against the constraints of his title. What if he could weave both worlds, the emperor who commanded armies and the man who dared to believe in fate? But the moment passed as quickly as it came, swallowed by the roar of the crowd. He played his part, reciting words that were expected, invoking strength and prosperity for his people, hiding the storm of thoughts brewing within. Applause echoed around him, yet inside, he felt a hollowness. How many emperors had stood on this very spot, torn between their true selves and the roles they played? As dusk settled and the last echoes of cheers faded into the night, the emperor retreated once more to his chamber, where he could breathe without the weight of expectation. The ancient scroll lay open, its words alive under the glow of candlelight. The tides of magic beckoned him closer, daring him to step beyond the veil of pretense. He could feel the pulse of history in his veins, the countless rulers who had faced this same crossroads, their fates entwined with the threads of belief and illusion. In the quiet of his solitude, he made a choice that would ripple through time. He would embrace the magic within, allowing it to coexist with the image he projected to the world. The emperor's heart raced at the thought of combining personal belief with the public persona, a daring dance of authenticity that had never been attempted. The walls of the chamber, once a fortress of isolation, now felt like a sanctuary for the truth he had hidden for so long. Outside, the moon hung low, silent witness to the turmoil and triumph of a man who would redefine what it meant to be an emperor. He was ready to plunge into the unknown, to weave the threads of magic into the fabric of his rule, knowing that the world outside would never see him the same way again. And with that thought blooming in his mind, the emperor let the night embrace him, the stars above twinkling like promises yet to be fulfilled. The magic that he had feared now shimmered with possibility, and as he prepared to step back into the light of day, the boundaries between personal belief and public image began to blur, setting the stage for a new chapter in a story that had only just begun. In a bustling marketplace of ancient Rome, the sun cast its golden rays on vibrant stalls brimming with fruits and wares, while laughter floated through the air like the sweet notes of a lyre. But beneath this facade of joy, a chilling undercurrent pulsed, a fear that gripped the hearts of many. It was the fear of the evil eye, a sinister glance that could bring misfortune, illness, or even death upon those who were unwitting victims of its curse. The Roman society, with its grandeur and sophistication, was not immune to the dark shadows cast by jealousy and envy. Lucia, a young woman with sparkling eyes and a gentle smile, felt the warmth of her family's love surrounding her. She was the pride of her parents, the jewel of her village. Yet, as she walked through the market, her heart raced with the anxiety that had become all too familiar. The whispers of the townsfolk echoed in her ears, stories of those cursed by the evil eye, their lives turned upside down by mere envy. A single glance filled with malice could unravel her world, and she had to protect herself. Throughout the bustling streets, people exchanged not only goods but also furtive glances. The Romans believed that envy was a powerful force, one that could twist the very fabric of destiny itself. It was said that a person didn't need to utter a word. A single malevolent stare could unleash a torrent of despair. The thought of being the target of such ill will sent shivers down Lucia's spine. She quickened her pace, clutching her woven basket tightly, acutely aware of the eyes that followed her every step. In the shadows of the marketplace, an old woman sat, her gnarled fingers expertly crafting amulets from red thread and glass. She was a healer of sorts, often sought after by those who believed they had been afflicted with the evil eye. The old woman had a reputation, whispered about in cautious tones, for her knowledge of ancient remedies, cures passed down through generations. Her hands, though wrinkled and aged, were said to hold the power to ward off the darkest of curses. Lucia, hesitant but desperate, approached the old woman. "Please," she whispered, her voice trembling, "I fear I may have caught the evil eye." The old woman's eyes sparkled with a knowing glint. "Many believe they are cursed, but the truth lies in how you protect yourself," she replied, her voice a raspy whisper. With steady hands, she threaded a piece of red string through a small charm, intoning words of power that seemed to hang in the air like a thick fog. As she handed the charm to Lucia, the air crackled with tension. "Keep this close," she instructed. "It will protect you from the envious and ill-intentioned. But remember, true strength lies within your heart." Lucia nodded, clutching the charm as if it were a lifeline, feeling the weight of both hope and fear. In that moment, the bustling marketplace faded away, leaving only the two women and the haunting reality of belief. Not far from where Lucia stood, a man named Marcus observed the daily hustle and bustle with a frown etched on his brow. He was a successful merchant, his tables overflowing with goods, yet he was plagued by the gnawing certainty that someone was trying to bring him down. He had heard the whispers, the rumors that someone had cast the evil eye upon him, drawing misfortune to his doorstep. His sales, once soaring, had begun to dwindle, and he felt the tightening grip of despair. Desperation drove Marcus to seek out the same old woman who had helped Lucia. He approached her with a mix of arrogance and anxiety, his voice commanding yet laced with vulnerability. "I need a cure," he demanded, his fists clenched in frustration. The old woman regarded him with a steady gaze, sensing the turmoil within. "Cures are not merely trinkets to buy. They require belief and intent," she replied, her words wrapped in a shroud of wisdom. "Are you willing to confront the darkness that has settled around you?" Marcus hesitated, but the flicker of fear in his heart ignited a burning desire to reclaim his fortune. He agreed to follow her guidance, and together they crafted charms, imbuing them with ancient symbols and prayers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, Marcus felt a shift within himself. The weight of envy and fear began to lift, replaced by the flickering flame of hope. Back in the market, Lucia, now armed with her charm, began to notice the world around her with heightened awareness. She felt the eyes that lingered, the whispers that followed, but with each step, she held on to the belief that she was protected. The charm warmed against her chest, a constant reminder that she was not alone. The evil eye's grip could only take hold if she allowed it. Her spirit became a shield, painted with the colors of resilience and strength. As weeks passed, the marketplace continued to thrive, Yet the tension of the evil eye lingered like a storm cloud on the horizon. The old woman's amulets became sought after, each charm a symbol of hope for those who feared the malevolence that lurked in the hearts of others. The stories of salvaged fortunes and restored health spread like wildfire, igniting a spark of belief that perhaps the evil eye could be vanquished. But amidst the growing tales of triumph, a dark twist awaited. Rumors began to swirl of a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, one who seemed to revel in the power of the evil eye. It was said that this figure could curse a man's fortune with nothing more than a glance, and whispers of fear and paranoia crept through the streets like a chilling breeze. The old woman sensed the looming threat, her intuition sharpened by years of witnessing the ebb and flow of envy and malice. As Lucia and Marcus faced their own battles against the malevolent gaze, they became entwined in a struggle that reached far beyond their personal fears. The marketplace, once a vibrant tapestry of life, now hung in a delicate balance, teetering between hope and dread. The old woman watched from her corner, her heart heavy with the weight of destinies interwoven by the invisible threads of the evil eye. Just then, as the sky darkened and the market began to close, a sense of urgency swept through the crowd. Eyes darted nervously, and the air crackled with tension. The figure had emerged, cloaked in shadows, radiating an aura of wickedness that chilled the very marrow of the bones. It was as if the evil eye had taken physical form, seeking to claim the souls of the unsuspecting. In that moment, fear morphed into a palpable force, and as Lucia and Marcus glanced at each other, their hearts thudded in unison, knowing that the battle against the evil eye was far from over. In the dim light of an ancient library, dust particles danced like tiny stars caught in a forgotten universe. The air was thick with the smell of old parchment, the kind that whispered stories from centuries past. A scholar sat hunched over a massive tome, fingers tracing delicate letters that shimmered in the flickering candlelight. Each stroke of the quill against the page felt like a heartbeat echoing through time, a pulse of knowledge waiting to be unleashed. It was here, amidst the silence, that the language of magic began to awaken. Latin, the language of the ancients, had long been the secret tongue of alchemists, priests, and sorcerers. Its words flowed like a river, carrying with them the weight of history and the power of the unseen. To speak it was to brush against the divine, to connect with a force greater than oneself. As the scholar read, the Latin phrases began to shimmer like fireflies, igniting the air with an electric charge. Each word was a key, unlocking doors to realms where the ordinary met the extraordinary. The scholar could feel it, the energy vibrating through the very marrow of his bones.
In nomine Patri, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti.
The incantation hung in the air, heavy with promise. It was a prayer, a spell, infused with the essence of hope and fear, love and loss. Those who spoke these words in the past had felt a connection to the cosmos, a communion with forces that shaped the world itself. The scholar's heart raced as he recognized the power contained within this ancient tongue, an ability to summon, to influence, to transform. As the words bled into the shadows of the library, they began to take form in the scholar's mind. He envisioned the great Roman Empire, where Latin first flourished, its syllables echoing across vast arenas filled with the roar of crowds. Gladiators fought for glory, poets recited verses that tugged at the strings of the heart, and philosophers pondered the mysteries of existence. Latin was the vibrant thread that wove through it all, stitching together the fabric of human experience. The scholar's thoughts drifted to the medieval ages, where Latin became the language of the church. Monks painstakingly copied manuscripts by candlelight, their quills scratching out sacred texts that would survive the ravages of time. It was during these dark times that Latin emerged as a beacon of knowledge, a lifeline connecting the past with the future. Those who wielded its power held the keys to heaven and hell, life and death. The scholar shuddered, imagining the weight of such responsibility. Yet, with power came danger. The same Latin that had the ability to illuminate also had the potential to ensnare. Dark rituals whispered in shadowy corners of dimly lit chambers, where practitioners sought to bend the will of the universe. The scholar recalled tales of those who had succumbed to the allure of forbidden knowledge, their voices echoing through the ages, warning against the perils of tampering with the unknown. Ave, Satanas. They would chant, seeking the dark side of the magic that lingered just beyond the light. In that moment, the scholar felt a chill creep down his spine, a reminder that with every positive incantation, there lay an equal and opposite dark force. The balance of the universe was delicate, a tightrope walk between creation and destruction, where one misstep could plunge the unprepared into chaos. He sensed that the words he read had a life of their own, twisting and turning, alive with the breath of those who had dared to speak them before. His fingers trembled as he turned the page, revealing illustrations of arcane symbols and celestial maps. Each drawing was steeped in meaning, a visual language that complemented the spoken word. He couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of connection to those who had come before him. Scholars, mages, and dreamers who sought to decipher the whispers of the universe. Every squiggle and line represented a thought, a longing, a spark of creativity waiting to ignite. The candle flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. The scholar's heart raced, not from fear, but from the exhilaration of discovery. The symbols, he realized, were not only tools for magic but reflections of the human experience itself. They spoke of love, loss, pain, and joy, of battles fought and victories won. Each stroke of the pen had the power to evoke emotion, planting seeds of hope in the hearts of those who dared to read. As Latin words tumbled through his mind like rolling thunder, the scholar envisioned the spellcasters of old, cloaked in mystery, their voices resonating with authority and awe. Sic iter ad astra, they proclaimed, their eyes alight with fervor, urging the masses to reach for the stars. The phrase echoed in his ears, a call to arms against the mundane, a reminder that magic lay not only in the words but within every heart that dared to believe. But the scholar also felt the weight of responsibility. Each incantation was a double-edged sword, a reminder that magic could heal or harm. He recalled the stories of those who had wielded words recklessly, their intentions twisted like gnarled branches. The consequences of their actions echoed through the ages, cautionary tales etched into the very fabric of Latin itself. The candle flickered again, and for a moment, the shadows seemed to swirl and coalesce into shapes. The scholar felt a surge of adrenaline, the thrill of the unknown washing over him like a wave. He could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, urging him to tread carefully, to honor the power he held in his hands. The language of magic, Latin, was alive, a force that pulsed with energy and possibility. The scholar closed his eyes, surrendering to the moment. He breathed deeply, feeling the air around him thicken with anticipation. The history of Latin, its symbolism, its dualities, stretched out before him like an endless tapestry. He knew he was on the brink of something monumental, his heart racing with the promise of what was to come. And then, in that charged silence, the candle flickered one last time, illuminating an ethereal glow that beckoned him forward into the unknown, a siren call that promised even greater mysteries just beyond the horizon of understanding. The world of magic awaited him, and he was ready to step into its embrace. The roar of the crowd echoed like thunder, a deafening tide of excitement and bloodlust washing over the arena. Under the sun's unrelenting gaze, the sandy floor was stained not just with the color of the earth, but with the deep, vivid red of countless battles fought in the name of entertainment. With every cheer, every cry of anguish, the atmosphere crackled with an electric tension that sent chills down the spine. Here, in this sacred circle of life and death, the line between glory and despair blurred, and each gladiator stood at the precipice of fate, some yearning for honor, others simply desiring to survive another day. The combatants were often men who had been pulled from the depths of society, some criminals, others prisoners of war, while a few were simply men desperate enough to take the risk for a chance at freedom. Clad in leather and metal, they stood ready, muscles coiled like springs, hearts pounding in their chests. Their eyes flickered with a mix of fear and determination, a reflection of the brutal reality they faced. Each knew that the cheers of the spectators could turn to jeers in an instant. Life in the arena was as unpredictable as the changing winds. As the trumpets blared, signaling the start of the matches, the scent of sweat and blood mingled in the air, a heavy perfume of suffering. The first clash resonated like a bell tolling, a clang of swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The audience erupted into a frenzy, a visceral symphony of screams and applause, their collective heartbeat thrumming with the rhythm of violence. Every thrust of a blade, every desperate dodge ignited something primal within them. They craved the spectacle, the visceral thrill of life hanging in the balance, and the gladiators were their willing entertainers, dancing on the knife edge of mortality. Within the throng, whispers of curses lingered like smoke. Some said the arena itself was cursed, a place where souls mingled with the damned. Legends spoke of those who had fallen, their spirits forever trapped in the blood-slicked sand, seeking vengeance on the living. There were tales of gladiators who had perished in the most gruesome of ways, their screams forever echoing through the stands. These stories only fed the fervor of the crowd. They wanted more than blood. They demanded suffering, raw and unfiltered, and the gladiators obliged, driven by a complex mix of fear, survival instinct, and the flickering hope of fame. One gladiator stood out among the rest, a towering figure named Marcus, a former soldier turned slave, his muscles rippling beneath the sun as he prepared for yet another bout. A scar curled around his eye like a serpent, a testament to past battles fought. He had tasted victory before, but with each fight, the weight of despair closed in on him like a tightening noose. The crowd roared for him, chanting his name, yet somewhere deep within, he sensed the curse that lay hidden beneath their cheers. They loved him for his prowess, but loved even more the blood that soaked the sand beneath him. As the fight ensued, Marcus found himself matched against a younger, fiercely determined gladiator named Lucius, whose eyes burned with a mix of ambition and desperation. Each blow exchanged was not merely an act of combat. It was a conversation between life and death. Both men understood the stakes, that every encounter could be their last. The arena itself seemed to pulse with anticipation, a living entity feeding off the energy of the duel, eager to witness the spilling of blood. Moments of stillness punctuated the chaos, as if time itself held its breath. Marcus could feel the weight of the crowd's anticipation pressing down on him, a palpable force that pushed him to fight harder, to survive longer. He could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, feel their eyes boring into him, urging him to complete what they could not. It was a haunting melody, a reminder that every swing of his sword could either lead him to glory or seal his doom. Suddenly, Lucius lunged, his blade aimed at Marcus's heart. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath, and for a heartbeat, the world fell silent. The clash of steel rang out, echoing through the arena as Marcus parried the blow. Every movement was a dance on the edge of a blade, the thrill of survival intertwined with the bitter taste of dread. Blood sprayed, a vivid reminder of the very real consequences of their spectacle. The crowd erupted once more, their adrenaline feeding the ongoing cycle of violence and survival. In that moment of chaos, a chilling sense of inevitability descended upon the arena. To the audience, this was a game, a theatrical display of raw power and ambition. But for the gladiators, it was life stripped down to its most primal form. The cheers and jeers of the spectators created an intoxicating atmosphere, urging them forward into a world where victory meant life and defeat meant death. They had trained their bodies to endure, to withstand the agony that came with each blow, but the emotional toll ran deeper than any wound. Each strike exchanged between Marcus and Lucius told stories of their pasts, of betrayal, lost dreams, and shattered hopes. Every cheer from the audience rang like a curse, reminding them of the fate that awaited those who fell. As blood flowed and the sun beat down mercilessly, a realization dawned on Marcus. To truly escape the arena's curse, one must not just survive, but also confront the shadows that loomed behind every victory. And as the match raged on, the very air thickened with anticipation. A foreboding sense that this encounter was merely the beginning of something far greater, a cycle of suffering that would loop endlessly, each gladiator caught within the grasp of fate, beckoning for liberation. The arena, its walls soaked in blood and curses, waited patiently, hungry for the next tale of glory and despair, ready to consume all who dared step into its embrace. The wind howled through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches twisting and turning like the fingers of restless spirits. In the dim light of dusk, a gathering of villagers stood around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. They whispered incantations, calling upon the old gods, their voices trembling with a mixture of fear and reverence. Shadows stretched and twisted, as if the very air crackled with unseen magic, a tapestry of beliefs woven into their lives for generations. But a change was brewing, a shift that would transform their world forever. As the villagers huddled closer, a figure emerged from the darkness, a priest clad in the austere robes of a new faith. His presence was commanding, yet there was something unsettling about him. He spoke with a voice that echoed like thunder, proclaiming the end of the old ways. The gods you worship are but echoes of the past. Turn away from your idols and embrace the one true light. The villagers listened, their hearts heavy with the weight of his words. A flicker of doubt crossed their faces, for the bonds they shared with the ancient spirits were woven into their very souls. Yet something about the priest's fervor ignited a spark of curiosity, a yearning for something new. In the days that followed, the air grew thick with tension. Rituals that once filled the nights with joy and laughter now felt like whispers in the dark. The village elder, a woman with silver hair and wise eyes, stood at the edge of the forest, where the sacred grove had flourished for centuries. "What will become of us?" she murmured to the rustling leaves, recalling the countless offerings made to the spirits of the earth. "Will they abandon us for turning our backs?" Her heart ached, for she knew the stories, how the land had once thrived under the watchful gaze of the gods, each season a gift bestowed for their loyalty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the fields, the villagers gathered again. But this time, it was not for celebration. They stood in a circle, uncertainty hanging in the air. The priest was there, urging them to cast aside their fears and embrace the promise of salvation. With every word he spoke, a thread of their old beliefs unraveled, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. The villagers felt a tug in their hearts, an invisible pull towards the new faith. Yet the old magic still whispered from the shadows. The ancient forest, once a sanctuary of life, began to feel like a prison. The villagers cast wary glances toward the towering trees, which seemed to sway in disapproval. The rituals that once honored the cycles of life were replaced with solemn prayers directed towards a distant heaven. The firelight flickered in the eyes of the villagers, mingling confusion with hope. They were caught in a tempest of change, their spirits longing for the familiar while their minds were drawn to the promise of salvation. One night, as the moon hung low and heavy in the sky, a group of villagers decided to pay homage to the old ways one last time. They gathered in the sacred grove, their hearts pounding with a blend of fear and defiance. The elder led the gathering, her voice soft yet resolute. "We come not to forget, but to remember," she declared, the weight of her words settling like dew on the leaves around them. They lit candles, their flickering flames a symbol of the old gods they still desperately clung to. But as they began their chant, a chilling wind swept through the grove. The flames sputtered and danced wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to taunt their efforts. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, feeling the weight of the unseen forces around them. The priest had warned them that the old gods were angry, their wrath unleashed upon those who dared to defy. Yet here they were, standing at the crossroads of faith, hearts tethered to the familiar while yearning for the unknown. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the night, a sound that sent chills racing down their spines. It was a howl, raw and primal, a reminder of the spirits that had once watched over them. The villagers froze, their breaths held in anticipation. The old gods they feared were not so easily forgotten. In that moment, the flames flickered again, illuminating the faces of the villagers, reflecting their inner turmoil. A flicker of doubt ignited, but it was accompanied by a lingering sense of hope. Days turned into weeks, and the village became a battleground of beliefs. The priest continued to preach, his voice growing louder and more fervent. He painted a picture of a loving God, one who promised eternal life and salvation. Some villagers were swept away by the tide, believing in the new path that lay before them. Others stood firm, clinging to the old ways, their hearts whispering of the magic that once filled their lives. Tension crackled in the air, thick and palpable, as friendships strained under the weight of conflicting beliefs. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, casting a fiery glow across the sky, the village gathered once more. This time, the priest stood on a makeshift platform, his voice rising above the crowd. "The time of reckoning is at hand," he thundered, eyes blazing with passion. "You cannot serve two masters. Choose this day whom you will follow." The villagers shifted uneasily, fear and hope battling within them. They were trapped in a storm of conflicting emotions, torn between the warmth of the new faith and the cold grasp of ancient magic. And just as the tension reached its peak, a voice rose from the crowd, an older man with weathered hands and a heart full of memories. "We cannot forget the magic that has brought us joy, love, and life. The spirits have walked with us for generations. Are they to be cast aside?" The words hung in the air, a palpable challenge to the priest's authority. Gasps echoed through the crowd as hearts raced, the struggle laid bare before them. In that moment, the village stood at a precipice, teetering between the shadows of the past and the light of a new dawn. The fire crackled with life, a symbol of the magic that still flickered in their hearts. They were on the brink of transformation, but the outcome remained uncertain. The air was thick with emotion, whispers of hope and despair swirling like leaves caught in a whirlwind. And as the sun sank lower, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the villagers realized that this was just the beginning of a struggle that would echo across the ages, transforming their beliefs and their very souls forever. In the dim, flickering light of an ancient Roman street, the air hums with an energy that feels almost electric. Shadows dance along the cobblestones, whispering secrets from a long-forgotten past. Among the bustling markets and echoing laughter lies a hidden world, where the lines between the natural and supernatural blur. Here, in the very fabric of Roman life, magic was not just the stuff of legends. It was woven into the daily existence of its people. Fragments of this mysterious world lie scattered across the landscape, waiting to be uncovered. Inscriptions etched into stone and strange artifacts buried beneath layers of earth tell a story that stirs the imagination. A small, worn tablet, its surface crumbling, bears an incantation that once promised love, protection, or vengeance. The very air vibrates with the weight of history, each letter a heartbeat echoing through time. What once filled the hearts of the Romans with hope or dread now invites curious minds to ponder. What did they believe? What rituals did they perform? Unearthed from the tombs and ruins, small amulets shimmer in the light. They are not mere trinkets but powerful talismans, meant to guard the wearer against misfortune. Imagine a soldier clasping a tiny figure of a deity, his life hanging in the balance as he charges into battle. Each artifact speaks of lives intertwined with the divine, of offerings made to gods and spirits alike in a desperate clutch for favor. A bronze mirror, polished to perfection, reflects not just the image but the soul of those who dared to gaze into its depths, hoping to see glimpses of the future or the whispers of their own fate. On a sun-drenched hillside, a stone altar stands silent, yet charged with the echoes of incantations spoken long ago. The altar, adorned with garlands of dried flowers, bears witness to the rituals performed under the watchful gaze of the moon. Each sacrifice, each incantation, was a plea for the gods' mercy, a desperate grasp on their fleeting lives. As the sun sets, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, one can almost hear the haunting chants that once filled the air, reverberating against the ancient stones, carrying hopes and fears into the night. In the dusty corners of forgotten libraries, scrolls lie hidden, their ink still fresh with the fervor of the scribes who penned them. They speak of spells and cures, of binding and unbinding, of twisted fates and cursed loves. One scroll recounts a dramatic tale of a woman scorned, who turned to dark magic to ensnare her lost lover, her heartache fueling the potency of her words. It's a narrative that transcends time, one that would send shivers down any spine, igniting the fear of what lengths one might go to in the name of love. And there, among the ruins of Pompeii, a charred wax tablet reveals a chilling invocation written by a desperate citizen, entreating the gods to send fire to his enemies. The very city, once alive with laughter and trade, now holds within its ashes the remnants of curses whispered in the dark. The weight of sorrow hangs heavy in the air, a reminder that even the mightiest can fall to the whim of those who wield unseen power. As the archaeologists sift through the soil, they unearth a collection of bone figurines, each one painstakingly carved with intricate designs that hint at their purpose. Some depict mythical creatures, guardians of the underworld, while others show familiar faces, perhaps once beloved ancestors. These figures, seemingly innocuous, were likely used in rituals of remembrance, bridging the gap between the living and the dead. To the Romans, the past was never truly buried. It lingered just beneath the surface, waiting to be called upon. A powerful inscription carved into a marble slab tells of a priestess, revered and feared, whose words could command the very forces of nature. It speaks of a storm she conjured with a single incantation, her voice rising like thunder as she demanded the sky to obey. The people, both awestruck and terrified, knew that with her, the boundary between humankind and the divine was perilously thin. Night descends, cloaking the streets in mystery as flickering torches illuminate the path of those willing to seek deeper truths. A flicker of movement catches the eye, perhaps a shadow, perhaps a spirit. The Roman belief in the supernatural thrived in public spaces, where magic was an undeniable part of community life. From bustling markets to solemn temples, the air thick with incense and murmurs of prayer, the Romans knew that the unseen realm coexisted with their own. Within the quiet embrace of a secluded shrine, offerings of bread, wine, and flowers lay in homage to the deities, a gentle reminder of the delicate dance between gratitude and fear. The engraved stones around the altar bear witness to countless prayers, each one infused with emotion, with yearning. A deep sense of connection flows through these remnants, binding the past to the present, echoing with the same unending desires that fuel human existence today. In the stillness, the remnants of Roman magic linger, waiting to be felt, to be understood. Each artifact, each inscription, is a fragment of a greater puzzle, a glimpse into a world where the ordinary met the extraordinary. The stories etched in stone and the whispers of the past cling to the air, urging the curious to listen closely. As night envelopes the ruins, the stars shine brightly above, mere pinpricks of light in an expansive dark sky. It is a reminder that the ancients looked up in wonder, just as we do today, pondering their place in the universe. The remnants of Roman magic hold their breath, poised to unveil the next layer of their captivating narrative, ready to draw the curious further into the mysteries that await. In the flickering candlelight of a cramped study, a lone scholar hunched over ancient texts, the faint scent of parchment and ink filling the air. Shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of old, as the weight of centuries pressed upon his shoulders. What secrets did the ancients hold? What power lay hidden within their words? These were not mere tales for the curious. They were windows into a world that thrived on mystery and wonder. Roman magic, once feared and revered, was ready to rise again, breathing life into the modern age. The scholar's fingers traced the faded letters of a spell, a simple invocation for protection. He could almost hear the echoes of ancient voices chanting in unison, their words weaving a tapestry of belief and hope. In the depths of his mind, he could see the Roman magicians, standing boldly in the crowded marketplaces of Pompeii, their enigmatic rituals drawing both awe and suspicion. They were the undercurrents of society, operating in the shadows, crafting spells to heal the sick, fend off evil spirits, or ignite romance. Yet they were also subjects of persecution, their art deemed dangerous by the very empire that once embraced it. As the scholar read, he felt a surge of connection to those early practitioners. Their fear of the unknown mirrored his own, a thread stretching through time, binding him to a legacy of both power and peril. The revival of Roman magic in contemporary literature and culture was a beacon, a call back to the enchantment that had once captivated the hearts of many. Modern authors began to weave the macabre and the mystical into their narratives, pulling inspiration from the spells, charms, and beliefs of ancient Rome. The words leapt from the pages like specters, breathing life into characters who balanced on the knife edge of reality and sorcery. He turned the page to a depiction of a sorceress, her eyes gleaming with the ancient knowledge of divination. In this modern tale, she would navigate a labyrinth of political strife and personal betrayal, much like the priests and priestesses of old who once consulted the gods for favor in matters of state. She wielded her magic not merely for personal gain but as a tool for resistance against oppression. The scholar felt the goosebumps rise on his arms. It was a reflection of the timeless struggle for power, a reminder that the magic of the ancients had always been intertwined with the human experience. In the bustling cafes of today's cities, young writers gathered, their laptops aglow with the flicker of creativity. They spoke in hushed tones about the resurgence of Roman magic in their works, blending ancient spells with modern dilemmas. A poem about love lost entwined with lines from an oracular text. A novel featuring a hero who fought against the gods' whims with the cunning of an ancient magician. The air buzzed with excitement, each writer igniting sparks of inspiration from the ashes of the past. They were not just retelling old stories. They were reimagining them, pushing boundaries, and tapping into something deeply primal and evocative. In one corner, a young woman recited her latest piece, her voice trembling with emotion, her hands alive with gestures that seemed to summon the very spirits she spoke of. The patrons paused, entranced. They could see her conjuring images of Roman markets, where magic mingled with the mundane, where everyday lives were affected by the whims of fate and fortune. She spoke of the curse of a scorned lover and the desperate plea to the goddess Venus for intervention. Listeners were transported, feeling the tug of fate pulling at their own lives, the past and present intertwined in a mesmerizing dance. Yet, with the revival came a shadow, a fascination that sometimes twisted into misappropriation. Some saw the allure of Roman magic as a mere backdrop for trendy tales, forgetting the weight of history it carried. The scholar winced at this. It was important to remember the context, the struggles, the significance behind those incantations. Each spell had a story, each ritual a reason. The magic of ancient Rome was not just an aesthetic. It was interwoven with the fabric of life, the hopes and fears of those who walked the earth long before. A flicker of resentment stirred among the guardians of true historical magic as they witnessed its transformation. Some sought to preserve the authenticity of ancient practices, ensuring that the essence of Roman magic remained intact amid the waves of modern reinterpretation. They hosted workshops, gathering like-minded souls to share knowledge of herbs, astrology, and rituals. The air was thick with sage smoke and laughter as they mixed history with personal experience, creating a community that honored the past while embracing the present. Yet the allure was undeniable, captivating hearts and minds. Movie screens lit up with images of sorcerers wielding powers reminiscent of Roman magicians, casting spells that lit up the night sky with bursts of color and wonder. Children in theaters held their breath as heroes harnessed the magic of the ancients to fight battles, their faces glowing with excitement and dreams of adventure. The power of Roman magic was no longer just an echo of the past. It was a potent force, reshaping narratives in a world hungry for enchantment. As the scholar turned the last pages of his book, he looked up from the depths of his study. Outside, the world pulsed with life, a symphony of voices and stories waiting to be told. The revival of Roman magic was not just an artistic trend. It was a lifeline, a reminder of the resilience of human spirit and belief. With each new tale spun, with every incantation whispered in the quiet of night, the magic of Rome found a new voice, a new life, connecting the emotional threads of history with the vibrant tapestry of the modern narrative. In that moment, he felt a surge of determination. The magic must continue to flow, binding together the past and the present. Outside, the laughter of children echoed, their imaginations swirling with thoughts of ancient sorcery. The shadows in his study seemed to flicker with anticipation, as if the very spirits of the ancients were nudging him forward. This was merely the beginning of a story that would stretch through time, capturing the hearts of those daring enough to believe in magic once more. The excitement in the air was palpable, a promise of what was yet to unfold. In a dimly lit room nestled between rusted iron gates and ancient cobblestones, a woman sat cross-legged on a faded rug, her fingers tracing the grain of an old wooden table. The air thrummed with an unspoken energy, a palpable tension that hinted at something powerful just beneath the surface. A flickering candle cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating jars filled with herbs, each labeled in an archaic script that seemed to whisper secrets from centuries past. Outside, the world bustled, oblivious to the sacred traditions that lingered on the fringes of modernity. Yet here, the echoes of a long-gone era seeped into every crevice. She was a practitioner of the old ways, a modern-day witch who found her roots in the traditions of ancient Rome. The rituals she performed were not mere spells. They were connections to the past, woven from the same fabric as those used by the magicians and healers of Rome. Her voice was low, almost reverent, as she chanted invocations that had crossed the chasm of time. Each word rolled off her tongue with a cadence that seemed to resonate deep within the bones of the earth itself. It was a lineage that thrived, even when buried by the weight of skepticism and the march of progress. In the corners of Italy, in forgotten villages and bustling markets, similar scenes unfolded. Elders, wrapped in layers of history, would gather in twilight to share stories, passing down the knowledge of their ancestors. They spoke of spells to protect crops, to ward off illness, and to invite love, echoing practices that had once filled the streets of ancient Rome with magic. The past clung to them like a second skin, a testament to resilience in a world that often dismissed their beliefs. For these practitioners, every ritual was a lifeline to a time when magic was woven into the daily fabric of life. A man stood at a bustling market, clutching a bundle of herbs, his dark eyes scanning the crowd. He was a healer, known for his remedies that combined the ancient with the contemporary. His grandmother had taught him the old incantations, whispering them in the dim light of their home as she brewed potions that smelled of earth and rain. Those words, once spoken in the shadow of the Colosseum, now flared to life in this small Italian town, reviving the magic that had been thought lost. As he ground the herbs with a mortar and pestle, the air thickened with a rich aroma. Each sent a piece of the past, a bridge connecting him to the practitioners of yore. Beyond the cobbled streets, in the heart of bustling cities, the resurgence of ancient practices could be felt in the way people sought connection. A young woman, disillusioned with the fast pace of modern life, wandered into a small shop that promised a glimpse into the metaphysical. The walls were lined with crystals, tarot cards, and the smell of incense hung heavily in the air. There, she found not just objects but a sense of belonging, a reminder that the magical practices of the Romans were not just relics of history, but living traditions that pulsed with life. As she leafed through a book on spells, her fingers trembled with excitement. The pages were filled with incantations for love, protection, and prosperity, all traced back to the days when magic was as ordinary as daily bread. The shop owner, a wise woman with silver streaks in her hair, spoke of the continuity of these practices, how they had morphed yet remained intact, echoing a timeless truth, that the human desire for connection and understanding transcends the ages. She recounted how rituals once performed in the shadows of temples now found their way into suburban homes, embraced by those yearning for meaning. In the quiet moments of the night, when the world seemed still, voices rose in unison, echoing the chants of long ago. It was a gathering of souls who understood that magic was not just about spells, but about intention, community, and the recognition of a shared past. They lit candles, their flickering flames casting an ethereal glow as they invoked the spirits of their ancestors, honoring the traditions that shaped them. With every chant, they called forth the wisdom of the ancients, intertwining their lives with the echoes of history that reverberated through the generations. Yet, the path was not without its trials. Skepticism loomed like a dark cloud, casting shadows over the practitioners. Dismissed as mere superstition by some, their practices were often relegated to the fringes of society. But in the face of doubt, the practitioners held fast to their beliefs, their resolve fueled by the knowledge that magic was as real as the love they felt for their families, the joy of their friendships, and the sorrow of their losses. Each ritual was a declaration of faith, a refusal to let the rich tapestry of their heritage fade into obscurity. In a hidden corner of a bustling cafe, a group of friends huddled over steaming cups of tea, sharing their experiences with the old ways. They exchanged stories of how they had used spells to guide their decisions, to find comfort in times of uncertainty. Laughter erupted as they recounted their attempts at ancient rituals, some successful, others ending in chaos. Yet, through it all, there was an unbreakable bond formed by the shared experience of reclaiming their history, of breathing new life into the magic that had shaped their ancestors. And in the shadows of these ordinary moments, the spirit of Roman magical practices surged with an undeniable force, melding the past with the present in a vibrant dance of continuity. It wasn't just about casting spells. It was about belonging to something greater, an ancestral lineage that refused to be silenced. The practitioners, both old and young, were not merely relics of a bygone era. They were the heartbeat of a living tradition, pulsing with the wisdom of the ages and the promise of the future. As night fell over the ancient streets of Rome, the city itself seemed to breathe, alive with the energy of those who chose to honor their history. The ghosts of the past watched over the practitioners, their whispers mingling with the night air, promising that the magic of yesterday would continue to thrive in the hearts of those who dared to believe. In the flickering candlelight and the quiet hum of incantations, the stories of the ancients lived on, intertwining with the lives of the modern practitioners, each thread a testament to the enduring power of magic that transcends time. The moon hung low in the velvet sky, casting a silvery glow on a hidden glade where whispers of magic stirred the air. Shadows danced among the trees, flickering like fireflies, creating an ambience thick with anticipation. It was here, in this enchanted space, that women gathered for centuries, not just to commune with nature, but to harness the ancient power that surged through their veins. For them, sorcery was more than a craft. It was a lifeline, a way to claim agency in a world that sought to silence their voices. Across ages and cultures, the intertwining threads of femininity and magic beckoned, forging connections that defied the norms of their times. In medieval Europe, the figure of the witch emerged, a potent symbol of defiance shrouded in darkness. Women who dared to practice herbalism or speak to spirits were often labeled as witches, their knowledge feared and misunderstood. The witch trials that swept through the continent in the late 15th to early 18th centuries revealed a deep-seated anxiety about feminine power. The mere act of a woman gathering herbs or tending to the sick could ignite accusations that led to trials filled with terror, flames, and ultimately, loss. Yet, amid the chaos, there was a fierce resilience. The women who survived these times carried whispers of ancient spells in their hearts, binding them together in solidarity and rebellion. In ancient times, the goddess was revered, a figure of strength and wisdom. In Egypt, the goddess Isis held dominion over magic and healing, and her temples became sanctuaries where women practiced the sacred arts. They invoked her name in rituals and offerings, drawing upon her power to shape their destinies. This connection to the divine was an affirmation of their worth, a declaration that they were not merely subjects of a patriarchal society, but vital players in a cosmic game. Over in the East, the practice of witchcraft and sorcery took on a different, yet equally fascinating form. In Japan, the concept of Miko or shrine maiden emerged, embodying both purity and mystical power. These young women served as intermediaries between the human and divine, often performing rituals to appease the gods. Their dances were not merely performances. They were offerings steeped in sacred meaning. Yet, with the rise of Shintoism, the role of Miko became complicated, reflecting the shifting tides of gender dynamics and power. Fast forward to the 19th century, and the landscape shifted once more. The rise of spiritualism captured the imagination of women yearning for autonomy. Ghosts and spirits became a language through which they could express their desires and fears. Mediums, often women, would sit in darkened rooms, calling upon the spirits to communicate messages from beyond. This was a rebellion against the rigid roles assigned to them in society. These women wielded their power delicately, transforming grief into strength and uncertainty into clarity. As the industrial age dawned, the world changed dramatically, yet the connection between magic and femininity endured. Herbalists and midwives, once revered for their knowledge, faced persecution as the medical establishment rose. Women who understood the cycles of the moon and the healing properties of plants were increasingly seen as threats to a burgeoning male-dominated profession. Still, these women whispered their knowledge to each other, passing down their wisdom through generations. Each herb held a story, each remedy a connection to the past, a tapestry of survival woven with the threads of resilience. The early 20th century brought the suffrage movement, a time when women began to assert their rights in unprecedented ways. The fight for the vote echoed the ancient struggles faced by witches and wise women. Feminists, like their witchy predecessors, drew upon the collective power of sisterhood. They created safe spaces where magic could thrive, blending activism with spirituality. Rituals were performed not only to honor the earth but to summon the strength needed to challenge the status quo. They invoked the spirits of those who came before, setting an intention for a world where women's voices would no longer be silenced. In the late 20th century, a reawakening of interest in witchcraft emerged, fueled by a desire for empowerment and self-discovery. The modern witch, adorned in flowing skirts and adorned with crystals, embraced the earth's elements, tapping into a lineage that persisted through centuries of oppression. Books on Wicca and paganism flew off the shelves, encouraging women to reclaim their magic. This was a renaissance, a powerful reclamation of the feminine divine, where women were free to explore their identities without fear of judgment or persecution. Yet, the intersection of magic and gender continues to spark both intrigue and controversy. In a world often unkind to those who dare to be different, modern witches find themselves at the forefront of battles against oppression, inequality, and ignorance. The rituals have evolved, but the essence remains. Power is still drawn from the earth, the moon, and one another. As the night deepens, the glade hums with energy, alive with the stories of women who dared to wield magic. They stand united, a tapestry of history and resilience, their hearts beating as one. In this sacred space, the veils between the past and present blur, and the echoes of their ancestors resonate. Each heartbeat is a reminder of the struggles faced, of the fires that once burned brightly to illuminate the darkness. The air thickens with potential, a promise that the legacy of femininity and sorcery will continue to intertwine, forging pathways yet untraveled. The moon bathes the gathering in a shimmering light, illuminating the faces of those who know they are part of something much larger than themselves. Their laughter mingles with incantations, creating a melody that reverberates through time. A reminder that magic is not just an ancient practice, but a living force that flows through the veins of every woman who dares to believe in her own power. As the night unfolds, the shadows whisper secrets, hinting at the stories yet to be told, the journeys still to be embarked upon, and the magic that remains just within reach. In a dimly lit chamber, a flickering oil lamp casts erratic shadows on the walls, where ancient texts lie strewn like forgotten whispers of the past. A scent of herbs and incense permeates the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken spells and incantations. Somewhere in the shadows, a worn scroll waits, cradling the enigmas of Roman magic, still untouched by the eager hands of modern scholars. What secrets could it unveil? The thought sends shivers down the spine, igniting a sense of urgency and wonder. Among the myriad charms, amulets, and rituals of the ancient Romans, there remain uncharted territories, areas begging for scholarly pursuit yet steeped in rich history. One such thread lies in the intricate relationship between magic and daily life. The Romans didn't compartmentalize magic as mere superstition. It was woven into their very existence. A woman, desperate to conceive, might have invoked the goddess Venus, lighting candles and laying offerings at her feet. A soldier, fearful of the uncertainties of battle, could clutch a protective amulet, believing it would shield him from the whims of fate. What emotional weight did these practices carry? What were the personal stories behind each ritual that have slipped through the cracks of time? As researchers sift through ancient texts and fragments, the tantalizing possibility of unveiling the emotional landscapes of Roman life beckons. The spells inscribed on papyrus or carved into stone are more than just words. They are echoes of hope, fear, love, and desperation. What if scholars focused on the personal testimonies of those who used magic? Letters, poetry, and diary entries. These could reveal the profound emotional connections to the rituals performed, breathing life into the cold, hard facts of history. The heartache and longing captured in each word would bridge the gap between the ancient and the modern, making the past resonate with a haunting familiarity. Then there is the exploration of the interplay between magic and religion. The Romans were polytheistic, worshipping a pantheon that included gods and goddesses whose influence reached every aspect of life. Research could examine how magic served as a conduit between the divine and the mundane. What rituals blurred the lines between prayer and spellcasting? How did the fear of divine retribution shape magical practices? The story of a priestess invoking the aid of a deity while simultaneously whispering a spell for protection could spark intrigue, drawing in readers with a visceral understanding of humanity's eternal quest for control over fate. The social dimensions of magic also remain fertile ground for investigation. Who had access to magic and who was marginalized? Were there certain spells reserved for the elite, while others were deemed vulgar and relegated to the lower classes? Stories of cunning women, often labeled as witches, surface in historical accounts. What was their reality? Did they hold power in their communities, or were they scapegoated and persecuted for their practices? The tension surrounding these figures, marginalized yet influential, paints a vivid picture of the complex social fabric of Roman society. Cultural exchanges offer another layer waiting to be explored. As the Roman Empire expanded, it absorbed various beliefs and practices. Magic from Egypt, Gaul, and other conquered lands must have mingled with native traditions, creating a rich tapestry of spells and rituals. What transformations did these practices undergo? Did a Gallic druid's incantation evolve into a Roman charm? Unpacking these cultural intersections could illuminate the dynamic nature of Roman magic, revealing how it adapted and thrived amid shifting societal landscapes. The artifacts themselves, amulets, potions, and ritual tools, are silent witnesses to the past, offering tantalizing clues. For instance, a simple clay tablet inscribed with a spell may hold the key to understanding the everyday fears and desires of its creator. How were these items used in real life? Were they merely ornamental, or did they serve as powerful focal points in rituals? Each artifact tells a story, but it requires the alchemy of passionate research to bring those stories to light. And then there's the question of ethics in magical practices. As magic often intertwined with healing, a deeper investigation into the ancient medical texts and their magical components could reveal fascinating insights. What did the Romans believe about health and sickness? How did they navigate the fine line between healer and magician? The tension between rationality and superstition could fuel a captivating narrative, exploring the struggles of a doctor who dabbled in magic to cure his patients, risking his reputation in the process. Even the very language of magic deserves scrutiny. The words spoken in ancient incantations carried power, and the choice of phrases could be steeped in religious significance. What linguistic nuances have been lost to time? How did the evolving language reflect changing attitudes towards magic? The emotive pull of words, their rhythm and cadence, could be examined to reveal a deeper understanding of the beliefs held by the Romans. As the shadows dance in that dimly lit chamber, the possibilities seem endless. A tapestry of emotions threads through the unexplored aspects of Roman magic, each thread a beckoning call to historians and enthusiasts alike. The stories of the past linger in the air, tangible yet elusive, waiting to be woven into the fabric of modern understanding. Each untold tale calls out for a voice, for someone to breathe life into it once more. The heart races with the thrill of discovery, the pulse quickens with the anticipation of what lies ahead. And yet, despite the wealth of material waiting to be uncovered, the mystery persists. What if all these unexplored aspects of Roman magic were not just relics of a bygone era but vital pieces of the human experience that transcend time? The quest for understanding remains an emotional journey, a powerful search that whispers through history and shapes the very essence of who we are. In this dance of shadows and light, the next chapter beckons, filled with fresh inquiries and profound revelations. Each question opens a door, inviting further exploration, inviting the reader to step into the unknown, where echoes of the past entwine with the pulse of the present, waiting to be heard.